Hey guys, what up? What up? How we doing? All right, we have a bunch of theory crafting to do today, and quite a bit of time we can be live, so we're going to be doing it. Um, Currently the plan is to finish Rectifiler so I can actually make my guide video on it tomorrow, ideally, and then past that, um, there's been a few things I've been playing around with the new Ascendancy Bloodline Ascendancy releases or reveals. But nothing concrete yet, anyways. I think the only thing I wanted to confirm with this was that I actually paid attention to mana. I am not at Eldritch Battery, but I have 39. Is there anything I should worry about? Stone Golem, that is fine. But there's nothing here that I should be casting that I cannot. What's the mana per second here? I just want to make sure in the leveling guide, I'm not relying. There's nothing here that relies on any merc like this as an example. Like I need to make sure this doesn't exist and it's just auras we have. So if I was relying on mercs here, right? Let's just make sure we go through everything and we're aware of our reservation. Act 2, it's cool. We have vitality, clarity. Act 3, we're looking at clarity, wave of conviction with purity of elements, and that's our first 50% aura. We have 112. What does our mana regen look like? Is there anything here that gives us mana regen? Anything at all? I don't think so. So we're entirely reliant on Flask here for mana regen. It makes me think I should be getting this guy. It's like nothing else gives mana. So far, this will eventually give mana regen, but it's probably a few acts out. Oh wait, no. I have clarity, right? Okay, yeah, okay. I do have something for mana regen. All right, never mind. And then here we have clarity. We have wrath. I assume this wrath was supposed to be for merc, which is what makes it tight. But if we're going to cast absolution, how much does absolution cost at this point? Regular absolution costs 39 mana and I have 39 mana. Lol. All right, so something's got to give. I cannot go wrath this early simply because I just don't have the space for all of that and clarity, and I would rather drop wrath than clarity because on bosses it feels comfortable having absolution, or rather it feels comfortable having clarity to then regen mana, and I'm not relying entirely on mana flasks. So what we're going to do, what auras do we have available to us here? It can be a 50% aura. We can't use smite either because we don't have a martial weapon. I honestly think it's just a case of vitality. It's just clarity, vitality. I think it's just a case of clarity, vitality. Why did I drop vitality? there's no reason to drop it. So we're going to do the same thing here. Act 3, copy, paste. Vitality. There. Then we have Spectacles, Convocation, Absolution, the new shit. Or the shit that changes from faster casting. And then we have Act 4. Wrath changes to Vitality. Do I even have the sockets for this now, since it's no longer being relegated to a what's his face, to a merc? 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. Why is Curse red? Why do I drop Curse in Act 5? Curse, why are you red? Early weakness. Oh, because I switched to early weakness. So this is conductivity. Think. Why are we on conductivity? Because absolution, and by Act 5, we're mostly going to be using Harry's watch to clear alongside our absolution, and we then go for elemental weakness. That is why I have that in red. That just means I probably should have this be elemental weakness instead of conductivity, and then you don't have to worry about switching. Because you do get a curse in Act 4, I believe. So no, you get in Act 3, I think. Jeez. I'm pretty sure you get cursed by Gravicious in Act 3. Yeah. We're just going to switch this to elemental weakness. Let's just be elemental weakness from the get-go. Of course, it's more damage. It's more damage. It's more damage of conductivity, but it's a waste of resources, I think, on the leak out scenario to go conductivity and elemental weakness at some point. It is more efficient, but necessary. All right, Act 4. I really want to start trying to fit in an aura at this point, so instead of these 3 points, now I really need to get this by Act 4, simply because then I'm going to be able to rely a bit more on my Harry's watch once I get here. And if I spend 5 points getting my reservation to the point where I can have Wrath, then that delays this by so much longer. Also, I'm inclined to say, so by Act 5, I have that, which means I shouldn't even be going Wrath here. I should be going Zealotry. This should be Zealotry. Actually, no. Wrath gives flat light. Let me see. Wrath gives flat lightning to attackers or to attack users and more spell damage to spell users. Whereas Zealotry doesn't affect Harry's Watch at all. Not to mention for spell users, Wrath is just better. So with this, we're actually fine. We have Wrath, we have Purity of Elements, we have Clarity. So that means we drop Vitality by here. Let me think. We can probably fit in level 12 Clarity. Okay, yeah, we can't fit in Vitality and we don't want to. For a 3 mana region, we're kind of comfortable with our Absolution because it costs like it costs like what is the mana cost of this shit? 39 mana. Yeah, so it's fine actually. Yeah, okay, so Vitality goes so new Vitality. Drop after mana mastery. Yeah, seems about right. So we're not going to have Vitality, and then by Act 8 we have this guy, but by Act 5 we don't, so we still have to be very mindful. By Act 8 we can reserve everything, so we should be trying to reserve as much as possible. We have Wrath, we have Purity of Elements, and then now we have space that we should fill up with an aura. Who are our damage dealers at this point? We have Absolution, we have Harry's Watch as our main DPSers. As that, we have zombies and potentially like golems, skellies, what have you. So basically, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of physical, lightning, and cold damage, tri-elements, if you will. And what these guys all have in common, if I'm being very honest, if I wanted DPS, I would probably go Hatred, because Hatred has Fizz's Extra, and Absolution can benefit from Fizz's Extra Cold. Iris can benefit from Fizz's Extra Cold. Zombies are all the same, just extra damage. Golem, Fizz's Extra Cold, they all are big, can all benefit from it. As opposed to Zealotry that wouldn't affect Harry's Watch. Precision would affect everybody with crits, but like no, we don't need accuracy anymore, so it doesn't even matter in that regard. But realistically, I think Hatred or a defensive aura? Because like at this point, determination will feel really, really good. So we can either go determination or we can go hatred. I guess we could also do Skitterbot as an offensive one as well, plus shock. That is something we could also do. And that'll leave us. Let me see. How much mana do we have left to hatred? We have no mana left, so we can't have a 50%. We can have stuff like flesh and stone. That'd be nice defensively. Because I hate dying. I'll go flesh and stone. Let me look at my tree first. We have a healthy amount of life for this stage in the game. And as for damage, we have a decent amount of damage. Not the most, but a decent amount. We don't have block, which is something else we should be. I think without block, we should 100% be considering flesh and stone. Let's count. 4, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And the max amount of sockets we can have is 4, 6, 4, 8, 12, 16. That's helmet, chest, boots, glove. And then main hand, off hand. So this is cap. We can have an extra, we can't have a single extra gem at this point. We don't need clarity, obviously, because we have this now. Is there anything I'm forgetting? Your charge should have a decent amount of attack speed already. I think flesh and stone is fine for here, if I'm being honest. I'll leave it as is. The comfy defensive option, and offensively we should be fine, simply because we don't have a defensive ability on automation, which would feel really good. So flesh and stone will make up for that. We do have offering as well as early weakness, and then eventually we get trigger, and then we can drop Arcanist brand. Once Arcanist brand gets dropped, that's an extra socket we can use for flexing. But yeah, I think this is fine. All right, I believe this leveling path is fine. Yeah, looks okay. All right, that's the Phyla leveling. I don't believe we have to worry about anything else. We've gone through all the other POBs. The only thing I want to potentially play around with is dropping spell suppress for something offered by a new ascendancy or by a bloodline ascendancy. And in this case, for the spell suppress version, there's really no reason to go for a bloodline ascendancy on this version, simply because Well, we can't drop you, and this is more defense than getting more defense on Katarina's bloodline. And there's no other bloodline that makes as much sense for what we're doing. Nothing else that I can think of right now makes even half as much sense on this spell suppress version. Now on the non-spell suppress version, where I cut out like a large chunk of this portion, maybe I'll end up cutting out this part too, in favor of like here or something. I don't know yet, but in any case, we've cut out that portion. We've gotten more damage by getting a second cluster. We have more health, more pure life, but I think max hit wise, what are we looking at? Max hit wise, I think we might still be better off with flesh and with this guy Plaguebringer, who has, where is it? 33, 65, 51 to 33, 50. Yeah, so we lose both of these, I think, and we're net neutral on this. Actually, did we gain early max hits? We might have, right? No, we lost. We lost early and chaos on game on neutral on Fizz. So we are in a better spot if we take Plaguebringer. And of course, it's also more damage than not taking Plaguebringer than the Bloodline Ascendancy. So there is, I'm finding it very hard to justify going for the Bloodlines. Now, this non-spell suppressed version should have more damage than the spell suppressed variant and should be easier to build simply because we are not crafting, we're not going out of our way to craft spell suppressed gear. But other than those two, they are very similar. Of course, the spell suppressed version is tankier it is much tankier because you have spell suppress there to cut any spell damage that gets through your spell block by 40%. And other than that, yeah, what else does that spell suppress variant do again? That's the main advantage this one has. It doesn't have more life, but it has a higher max hit. And I don't think it's not entirely based off of spell suppress, is it? Oh, it is. Like 20k from capping. From early chaos has like 15k. Fizz doesn't move too much, 5k, 6k. So yeah, spell suppress version, tankier. But the gloves you do need to get. How do you craft this? Let me remember. Spam int essences until spell suppress and open suffix. Craft aspect of the spider on that. Your 3 suffixes are done. Wild Bristol Nature and Reforge life until T1 life. If you ever break it, just Eldritch currency, remove prefix. Then benchcraft minion damage, profits. How you do it. Very easy stuff. And then I'm just now realizing something. The implicit spell suppress should be the dominant one now, so we should take this all the way to like 9-10% minimum, and then the minion damage should be brought down a peg or two. Yeah, this way it's easier to cap your spell suppress, and we can now drop this node right there and still be at 100%, even slightly overcapped, but that's fine. Yeah, seems about right. All right. Now for the main thing I actually wanted to POB today, and we're going to spend quite a bit of time POB in this, is summon phantasms. I think overall, this is something that's I'm very interested in, because the more I look into it, the more I get excited at the prospect of I get very excited at the prospect of the amount of movement speed I could potentially have. So bone offering works, but flesh offering doesn't work. So if I go into this, I can see there's so much minion damage, flesh offering 57. But if I go into cyclone, I won't see that for attack speed. No, I see it for attack speed. I just don't see it for movement speed. Where's my movement speed? Okay, so this 22% is because cyclone is there. Okay, but hold up. Okay, oh, we went to minus 22 from plus 22. Oh shit. Okay, so the movement speed is in effect here. This POB, to bring you guys up to speed on where this POB is at currently, we're looking at, we have 100% uptime on our offerings offered by Queen's Hunger. Now, Queen's Hunger, I tested this, I don't know if it was on stream or off stream, but Queen's Hunger has that second line that says offerings triggered this way also affect you, but they have to be triggered by the Queen's Hunger itself, which is every 5 seconds. So what that effectively means is you need to make sure your offerings last 15 seconds. Otherwise, they're going to expire. And if you want your offerings to affect you, you are not allowed to overwrite them. So what we're going to be doing is to summon our phantasms. We're literally just going to be cycloning and proccing spirit offering because we don't care to have spirit offerings ourselves. But we do want to have them summoned when you cast the whatchamacallit, the when you consume the corpses rather. The reason I had that unticked was because I didn't want it affecting my duration. Now this says 13 seconds, but before it was 11 point something. Okay, so that is, I have to empty both of them. Huh? Oh, this is the wrong one. Okay, it confused me so much. I'm like, yo, what? It's 11 seconds because these ones have more duration on it. The chest piece has more duration so that it can affect the offerings. So they have 11 seconds on them, not 7. And with this 11 seconds, when paired with the rune graft of warp, is enough to get it 100% uptime. But you are not, and I repeat, you are not allowed to take a map that reduces buff duration. Otherwise, you will literally kill yourself. So you do not want to do that. But yeah, that is where we're at so far. You do not want your offerings going down because then you have pathofexile.com and you're looking at, wait, what is this? 6 p.m. So it just got posted. Bridgestones will work in standard but unobtainable in Keeper's League. Breach Scarabs will be unavailable in Keeper's League. Chayula on Maven Invitation has been placed in... What? We had Incarnation of Dread already, so now there's Incarnation of. Now there's Incarnation of Dread and Incarnation of Ignorance. It looks like. Wait, hold up. Where's the patch notes? Weird. Okay, so they replaced Dread with Ignorance. Or is there a mistake somewhere? One of them is wrong. Anyways, it that fled does not appear in Betrayal Encounters and Keepers League. In the weird 07 to 8 that fled. Will the ID of items use control click from PoE2? Control alt click. Okay. I mean, would I figured it out very quickly? Can all uniques be farbound? Obviously not. The list of uniques that can be is still ongoing. However, there will be more than 100 uniques that come from specific sources. Boss cannot be farbound. Cool. So we know boss uniques cannot be. So Raid Lord being a Katarina T17 Monarch is an incarnation of something of, I believe, Dread drop. Cannot be farborn as well. We expected this. We move on. That means we're looking at like Jinxed Juju as a potential farborn unique. Perkle's Toe too, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Have there been any changes to the frequency of finding all? It is unchanged. Will Faustus also be able to manage asynchronous in hideouts? Will you be able to change your this and how? Can respect your current level with another for free. Otherwise, you can use Orbs of Regret or go to respect. Anyways, screenshotted that for an inside joke with anyways, can multiple party members all get the same bloodline ascendances from the same boss? Yes. When the boss is killed, okay. The fuck is Windburst? Okay, it's one of the new ones, I think. Will Windburst support work with movement skills from things like Flame Dash or Flicker Strike? What is Windburst support? I don't know what that is. They do not scale off a player stats. We know this already. How many spectrals can you have and how much crit chance? Okay. Okay. Not bad. Wasn't expecting that when I opened this, but cannot complain. Now for why I came here, I was going to show Katarina. Anyways, so the reason we do not want it to expire is this guy. We want this guy to be available, but we're also going to want to take Umbral Army, so that's 4 points we need to use, which effectively means we have to drop something, and I suspect it is going to be on unnatural strength, and what we do in its place is we Forbidden Flesh and flame it. That is what I think we'll end up doing. This is going to be way too expensive to do, to like FNF. And before we get unnatural strength, we are going to probably have to use a Triad grip. But that is not currently the case. We're POBing the current high end. So we'll just go Forbidden. So yeah, 4/8, and then the remaining 2 points going to our bloodline ascendancy is this and this. Before that, you can go for a 4 white triad grip for the same effect. You would be missing Wither, in which case you just go Wither on hits, which is Withering Touch supports, and you're golden. Also, out of all of these guys, the weakest link is clearly increased crits. So this is the guy we're going to not be using, and in its place we're going to have like faster proj, which I think such a big DPS loss. And we also need GMP. So we can have 3 white sockets and 3 blue sockets here, I believe. These 3 will be staples that will never get removed. Void Manip, I think, should be a staple that never gets removed, which means we have 2 flex slots, which should be faster proj and GMP, which means this is what we're going to be clearing with. And the moment we are bossing, we can then remove GMP for crits, and then faster proj for crits if we really need the damage. The reason I think faster proj, if you can get enough damage, I think faster proj is just really good. With faster proj, I think that is what people with phantasms use to actually have good clear speed, because the projectiles go further, whereas without it you might do a lot of damage. Emphasis on might, I'm not entirely sure. You might do a lot of damage or you might not. I'm surprised something like Withering Touch wasn't recommended over, say, Crit. Very surprised about that one. Because like Withering Touch has Fizz as extra, if I remember correctly. So like you would think, oh, with Fizz as extra, Fizz as extra paired with what you call it, Fizz as extra paired with flat fizz should give you a very healthy amount of damage, but that is not the case, weirdly enough. That being said, where the hell is Withering Touch? It is just 29%, so okay. Anywho, I want to check something real quick. I'm curious to see how does Soul Rest work with levels. Is this something I can search? PoE soul rest level of summon. By the way, on this same setup, how long do my summon phantasms last? I'm curious to see. There is no duration. None that shows anyways. It should be somewhere in this vicinity, but it is not. But it is not. So with this setup that we have, we're looking at 22% movement speed from just here. Let's split up everything. Let's actually have this be okay, good. Gives us an easy way to do it. All right, let's distinguish everything. The queen's hunger. Bloodline ascendancy. Offerings have 20%. And then we have 50% for this. So that is 50%. Then we also have 88% increased movement speed. Which is this Umbra army. Also, let me just make sure this soul rest. Okay, it does have that maxed out. Cool. So I'm trying my best not to use Doriani on this setup, obviously, for obvious reasons. The moment I go Doriani, that kills my offering tech and everything I wanted to do in that regard. So I'm trying not to do that. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. That being said, I'm going to need to figure out a few things. Thing number one. Oh wait. Does this have a heavy blocked recently? It doesn't, right? It should, because we should have 7% life recovery. Wall breaker, thank you for the follow. How you doing? And welcome. Yeah, we should have way more recovery, simply because whenever we block, we're going to have recovery from bone offering. Here we wiki, because I mean I'm going to need this. Bone offering has 4% of life regen per second if blocked. At 90% increased offering, increased effects, we're going to have 7% life regen per second if you've blocked recently. So for 7 seconds, you have 7% life regen. Or for 4 seconds, you have 7% life regen, basically. Which is a lot of life regen. And then, of course, you have these two. Anywho. I'm curious to see if phantasms all spawn at level 25 if you have soul rest, or if it's a case of 22 of them are soul rest and 22 of them are level 21. I think the safe bet would be to say half of them should be the level of phantasm from soul rest, and half would be the level of the gem. I think that is a safe bet, possibly. Anyways, so I think all of them should be the level of soul rest based on this, which is 25. But let's see. I was running soul rest a while ago. You add on that that put a max amount of phantasms you can summon at a time. I'd also recommend Bubonic Trail boots for easy summoning. Trying this Bubonic Trail Corpse Walker or what? Create corpses while walking or use other minions kickstart. What does bubonic trail do? Causes it to become a skill that is summons minions. This does not add the minion gem tag to the skill. It does enable supportability by skills compatible with phantasms, projectile spell casting compatible. Yeah. They cannot chain or fork. The level of summon, this is always level for the phantasm. Summon phantasm has a basis of this. So the level of the support will always determine the level of the phantasms. So it has nothing to do with the skill. So it is very possible that you summon half of them to the level of soul rest and half of them to the level of the gem. The support gem can support phantasm, summon phantasm. What the fuck? Because the skill cannot hit or summon, it cannot trigger the support gem's effect, but it does add the maximum number of summon phantasms to the default maximum. It cannot trigger the support gem's effect, but it does add the maximum number stats to its default maximum phantasms, and this is from Soul Rust. Right? So this uses the skill. Okay, so they'll all be level 25 is what I'm understanding. Because this triggers the skill when you consume a corpse, which means the skill gets triggered and you now have level 25 phantasms. But with with this skill, it has maximum is 11. So when you put the support gem, the maximum of the support gem is added to the maximum of the skill, which makes it so that you have the 22 on the skill instead of it being split. Okay, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. So this is correct in that they should all be 44 here because they're all level 25. So we have you fully socketed, you are fully socketed, but nobody else is socketed. We start with chess piece. We will have more duration, convocation, despair. Nothing else really fits the chess piece slots, so we'll probably end up throwing in auras in here. So we don't have that many suffixes, so we're going purity of elements to help with the suffix pressure. What else? We don't have any armor items. Let's go D term because that is going to be huge. And what is the other one? Purity of elements, determination, flesh and stone. Cool. I want to get that Trying to figure out where I can spare points for the extra endurance charge. Wait, this is a spell? Do I have PoEDB on them? Not currently open, so let's open it. PoEDB. Summon Phantasm. It is a spell. The more you know. Okay, so we don't have to worry about accuracy. I just want to make sure the accuracy wasn't enough for my damage here. How else can I improve my damage on this setup? If I had poison, then I can easily think of like ways to do that. But that, my friends, is not the case. Do I care if I give them armor, res? Because at the end of the day, the plan is to do chaos damage. I'm not giving them chaos res, so it doesn't affect my damage in any way. Them having ailment immunity though. Yeah, I'm not worried about any ailments. I wasn't shocking regardless. Not to my knowledge, at least. I wasn't shocking. I wasn't chilling. This is free reservation efficiency then. Increase global defense seems like a no-brainer if I was actually scaling armor. I should probably try scaling a bit of armor. Probably, but let's see. Let's keep looking through all of these first. So wait, okay. You compare Soulwick with what's his face? You can pair Soulwick with Trial Master Ascendancy to gain 2 Val Souls a second. It's kind of cool. Okay, so aside Treachery, there really isn't any other interesting ones here. But that being said, I do need to save a point somewhere. I could take a point from one of here, but I'd rather not if I don't have to. The more I look at it, the more these things start looking more and more like the weakest link. Just a single point, eh? It's 600k damage. Jeez. I know I can probably get away with something like this, but then I would need to get reservation mastery, which kind of defeats the purpose. I guess I could drop that. Take treachery. And then just take that. And I save points. That is something I could do. I still have the same amount of mana, though I kind of don't want to have it, but we'll keep an eye out for other auras we can use defensively. What else can we use actually? Offensively, we can maybe try using hatred because it's fizzles extra, so it's just free damage. But at the same time, it's unideal. Could use haste. Could use haste. But I don't want to haste enemy, so no. It is a spell, now that I think about it. So this should be big for them. How about we do this? If I use Enlighten in place of Despair, and then replace you with still not enough. All right, buddy, we'll do Vitality. So now this is something I probably don't want to give enemies, but I guess it's fine. What's a little life regen? Besides, compared to how much life enemies have, 193 is a drop in the ocean. Like, genuinely, it's not going to make a dent on anything. All right, so that's my chess piece. Then we have Convocation, Despair. Let's put this in the helmet, I guess. Convocation, Despair. Pass when damage taken, Steel Skin. I'm also not sold on Determination, if I'm being very honest with you. Now, obviously, we can't use any defensives like Discipline because we're using Eldritch Battery. But defensively, we just don't have much else we can do. Malevolence, though, for skill effect duration could be interesting, but we wouldn't go Malevolence without full poison chance. And currently on this setup, it's going to be hard to get full poison chance. Like I said, we can't go the offensive route and just say screw it. No determination. Let me see, determination. $11K fizz max hits. Barely doing anything, really. We can't use turtle, obviously, but if we use determination ourselves, then we have the option of A, going armor pieces and scaling armor that way. B, we can, and then that'll give us some phase max hit. B, we can use Watcher's Eye to get some extra phase max hits, or PDR, which is always nice. We can do those two things if we have determination. I'm very surprised they didn't fix this last leak. Like the things you can take from Queen's Hunger, they're just not here. And of course, for the suffixes, we're not going strength and into, probably going to go strength and dex if we can. Or we go res. We don't really need strength either, so I think what I want to do is I want to go for res instead. So let's do that. Gloves, body armor, or armor rather, not body armor. We're going life, big life. We're going triple res or res, res, res. Bone ring, bone ring, bone ring. Or gloom ring. Minion deal damage. Minion attack high speed. And then past that, we go Chaos Res. Actually, oh wait, we can't Chaos Res this now, can we? What essences do we have? I guess you could do dexterity until minion attack has speed. Reforge chaos. Hope you hit a decent chaos res. Then this will be fractured, so you can actually go for a decent roll of life. And that's all that really matters. Rarity past that, really. For the next guy, we need to replace dexterity with something else. It can't be res because res is not an option here. How slow do they move? I think they move relatively slowly by themselves, but I'm also going to be complicating a lot. But that being said, it's between minion movement speed or regen. Because if I don't start off with this, how else would I craft it? I could just spam reforge chaos until decent chaos and speed. Then reforge a third res or something. I feel like they need some movement speed. But for now, let's focus on res, I guess. Okay, what else do we have? Old res is now capped. We have boots that we still need to wear, which makes it easy because we don't need any attributes. We really don't need anything else. We just need to wear boots. 177 strength. So we're going to need maybe a bit of strength here, or find somewhere else to have strength. Either way, movement speed 30%, life T3 plus, let's say T2. Suffixes, we just need a triple res, really. Fire, chaos, lightning. Then for greaves, because why not, we go Siren Exarch, Eta, and we can get offering effects. And I'm thinking we go for flesh offering effects because that's just more damage. And of course, it's also more movement speed. %4 movement speed, and it's 400k damage. I mean, realistically, Spirit Offering is the most amount of damage we can get, I think. Brother, can you? Yeah, Spirit Offering is actual damage. Like, a very healthy amount of damage. All things considered, because it's going to also be using... It's the one we're proccing with our gem, so crit chance would be really good. Really good. But do we want that over just having more movement speed ourselves? It's 4% more movement speed. And we do get like a third of that in terms of... Realistically, if I want to juice my effectiveness, this is the way to go. Nah, 4% movement speed is not worth the damage loss. Then we go Eta Worlds. Increase life regenerates. Regen per second per endurance charge. We don't have a movement skill yet. I'm more for my equipped helmet and gloves. This only affects gloves, so not great. So we're capped on res. Everything is looking good. Except one thing. Our PDR is still non-existent. We still need a very healthy amount of Bismax hits. Otherwise, Fizz is going to be the bane of our existence on this setup. Which, I mean, that is the scariest part. That is the scariest part of a setup like this, right? Do I even want Adorned at this point? I can only have 3 of them because we're F and Fing. Yeah, I'm gonna remove it. Why on earth did that reduce? Okay, it didn't. I just need slightly more code res from anywhere that has code res. There. Wait, these gauntlets have, let's reduce one of you from T1. Just realized that was relatively high. All right, we're also going to just craft ghastly eye jewels. We're looking for defenses here, so we're going to do this, do that. We are currently not stun immune, right? We aren't stun immune. We are ailment immune, but we're not stun immune. We aren't bleed immune. We're in CB immune. So for this first one, we're going to corrupt it with CB immunity. We're going to be a bit on the laxer side, so we leave all of these blank. Actually, why do that? What is something that is not going to be expensive on something like this? Maybe res. Maybe minion attack speed. Blind on hit could be decent, honestly. Craft another one that is not corrupted, this time just life. Is socket 4 minus 633. Yeah, about the same damage. Yeah, kind of as expected. Now here, what are we going to do? Chance to avoid stun is mandatory. We need this, and we need some damage oriented one. So let's just go damage if you've used the minion skill recently. Now we're looking at 16k. 16k for this. And this is with steel skin. Without steel skin, we're looking at 11k. How does one solve? Wait. Okay. I forgot about this guy. So it is better than I said, which is 18k with steel skin, 13 without. We leave steel skin off for now. The others are also not doing too hot either. What's my life? 5k life. Flat life is not the biggest issue for me right now. It's defenses, right? So in terms of armor, we just have these two. Oh, I was looking for a three-way stat to put here. Go strength. Cool. 5k life is not bad. 13k phase max it is. And this is at max endurance charges as well, and this is 5 whole endurance charges. These are all the sources of generic PDR. We have a unique helmet, so we can't convert phase to anything there. We have a unique chest, we can't convert phase to anything there. I mean, gloves will give us a bit more damage, but like that's about it. And this is even assuming we have the option of not using Triad's grip, which is not something you'd have on league starts, you know. So we aren't stun immune, but we are close to stun immune. If we take the 29, basically 60% chance to avoid stun, and if we had to get it here as well, huge. We'd be close to stun immune, not quite, but enough to make a difference. And then for the remaining, we can actually just go for a flash suffix that gives like recovery. That way we can ignore Brian King and go for Lunaris. Nearby means I'll just put 1, because if you're a single target, that's all that's gonna happen. And then here you can go Grot Call. You don't be taking too many hits in the boss fight, so we'll leave it at 1. Again, it should be slightly higher than this, but it's fine. Do we have a source of unnerve? Can't we get unnerve via Eta here? Intimidate. So not this guy. But this one. This is where unnerve comes into play. But to unnerve, I'd have to hit, and to hit, I'd have to cyclone beside the enemy. Which means I need to be tanky to make that work. But like if I had it, then we'd be looking at a bit more damage as well, which is not bad. But let's not, shall we? Oh. Now, the easy solution to this, real talk, is to drop the movement speed I was talking about via inheriting this guy fully, like my offerings. If I drop that idea completely, I can just go like, what's that chess piece called again? Doppelganger's guys, 40% less physical damage taken. That would help out a lot, but is there any way to improve my phase max hits right now? Is there any way I can convert phase damage in my current setup without sacrificing the core of this build? I understand I do not have flasks too, but I don't have it. This is not a mage blood setup, so it would have to work without flasks. So I'll plan without flasks and then add flasks later on. How on earth? Is there anything else that's left? Realistically, it's looking like a big no. It's looking like we don't get to enjoy all this movement speed for free. What up, Gnome? How you doing? Did your YouTube username change? Looks like it did. Because I remember mistaking your name because of the way it was written at some point. Been good, glad to hear. I'm currently POBing Summon Phantasm to see how well of a leak starter it would look like with offering tech. If I drop the chess piece, that drops like 70% movement speed. And then if I drop Dark Monarch, that drops another 44% movement speed. Not to mention, if I drop the chests, I now have to figure out block. Because right now, I do not have a single point spec into block on my tree. Yeah, that was how it was written before. I remember it clearly. Was kind of hoping more from the bloodline classes. Honestly, you're not alone. I was a bit underwhelmed when I saw the classes, but there are a few interesting like choices, but I just felt like what the bloodline classes offer was it's so hyper specific that like it feels like 60 to 70% of them are stuff you literally have to build around if you want to use. There are very few, oh, take this and you can fit this into a couple of builds and it makes sense to fit it in. Like, no, it's just like very hyper specific stuff, like the giga less hit damage but no jewel. No, like that is big defense, but like now you have no jewel, so like you can't, there's so many things that restrict you from doing. Of course, Glorious Madness was the same. Many of them just seemed like you had to morph your character for it, which was weird design, but I guess that's what they wanted. Wonders are going crazy. Why? What are they going to be trying to get as an ascendancy? Hollow effigy. Oh, herald effects. The buff effect gives so much flat damage. So Herald of Thunder, or which one are they going to be relying on? Are they going to try to use, are they going the full package with like Lone Messenger and stuff like that? Or are they going to mix and match Heralds to maximize the mana it takes? Both? Okay, so basically they're going to try to maximize the, so they can't use Lone Messenger, they're going to use more than one Herald. Ice and Lightning. Okay. So they're going to maximize mana reservation, which then maximizes buff effects via their. That's cool. But that means less auras for them, so they would have to figure out defenses elsewhere. But they'd have to make up for that, which is a lot of I guess defensive strength they are dropping. How long do phantasms last baseline? $15 seconds. Okay, 15 seconds. What is my duration? %85 increased duration, I think, is where we're at. Yeah, I think it's 85. No, it's not. This is specifically offering duration. Okay, let's see where. Let's just manually calculate this. 10%, 20%, 40%, 65%. 65% plus these plus minion duration, so that is 65%, 20%, so that is 85, and then 24. 89, 99, 109. So basically double duration. So we're looking at about 30 seconds duration for phantasms. So if I can replace them every 3 seconds, which I assume I will be able to do with Soul Rest or with Cyclone, summoning constantly proccing Spirit Offering, and then these ones supplementing it. I probably wouldn't have all 44 with flesh off with fresh meat then. Probably wouldn't. There really isn't an easy way to fix this, huh? And this is the same problem you have on most minion builds that don't have supporting like specters. Without being able to access like Guardian Turtle, Fizz Max, it becomes a problem. But if you do have access to, if you don't have access to Turtle, but you have access to like a rare chest or a rare helm, that tends to help as well, because you can convert some Fizz to other elements. Or both, you're chilling. Or Shield, you're also kind of chilling, because you can then use Dawnbreaker. But this is in the unique situation where I don't have access to any of those slots. It's very reminiscent of Chains of Command. So what did I do for? I used Merc. That's what I did. What did I do for Chains of Command in Frisia? No, I didn't do Chains of Command in Frisia. I did it in Settlers. I armor stacked is what I did. I went poison. This wasn't the version I think I went to finally. That was the first iteration. This was also an early iteration. This was my character, and I think it was after this one. Yeah, this was the final iteration. Without 12 passives, when I also had Rare Helm, I insisted on going Rare Helm here. So that's how I did it. I used this through Giga Juice, this, which is armor. Went for some guard duration to help a bit. And I got my armor to 64k, which was enough to carry my phase max hits. That is what I did. Can I do anything similar on my current setup? I think Phantasms, if I try to make that work on Phantasms, like even as it is with 12 passive clusters, we're still just pushing 24 mil DPS with full wither and everything. So if I were to try to do that, only thing that would happen is we would lose a lot of damage and we would come out defensive, but we'd still not, we wouldn't have that much damage. We would be tanky, but we wouldn't have that much damage. And I guess the way to counter that would be Doriani, but that kind of defeats the core identity of what I wanted to do with Phantasms. I wanted to have only Phantasms, and I wanted to have them give me Giga movement speed, which involved Dark Monarch. I guess I could just drop the offering tech completely. By dropping the offering tech, I lose a whole bunch of movement speed. I lose like 57-ish% movement speed, something like that. I lose a very healthy chunk of movement speed, but in return, I will get my chest piece back. I will get my belt back, and I will get my offering back. Not my offering, my anoint rather. Those are the three things I would get, but I would lose block and I would lose movement speed. And when I say I will lose block, I'm not talking about a small amount of block. I will lose block. Not to mention, I'm also not using this, so I can't even rely on bone offering it to some degree for block chance. I would legit need to drop quite a bit to pick up block. Block is not the hardest to get though, because I'd just pick up this like I did before. I'd pick up, I think this. Was it this? No, this is with this stuff. Oh wait, no, I am using this stuff. What am I saying? Yeah. Pick up this. Or maybe not that, but like this at the very least. And then this, of course, go this way. And then a different mastery. It's a lot of investment though. Like there's no denying it's going to be a lot of investment, but I need to make up for the block I lose. And then what do I gain? With my new chess piece, what can I do? We're still assuming I'm going Dark Monarch, which means on this chess piece, if we go a rare, we can have fist damage taken as from Eldritch Implicit. We can have flat PDR. We can have an armor base without life, and then we can go increase life while no life modifiers on equipped body armor. And we can fit a bit more mana reservation efficiency. For the belt, we'll be looking at flat damage, chance to stun, a chance to avoid stun, life, you name it, because we're going darkness and thrown into a mage blood. If we're going to have to drop points to pick up block, we gain that damage back a bit by going darkness enthroned. We gain nothing offensively from the chest piece though. Anoint. Is there an anoint that really helps us? No, it's not really. Maybe plus curse. With plus curse, we can then go despair and temporal chains. We can then juice poison and really just go poison for the win. Because like at that point, we can't really rely on crits without all the effect scaling we're giving our offerings. So spirit offering will lose a bunch of effect scaling. We obviously drop flesh offering completely, so now they lose a lot of attack speed. So that means we're just going to drop crit for the most part, which means poison would be the play instead of crits. So all our jewels will go into chance to poison, including the darkness enthroned would have chance to poison as well as flat damage. What else? Double curse, despair, temp chains. We might have to go malevolence, but that should. We do get to drop duration scaling completely. So all these points we save, these ones we save. We don't need to touch duration scaling anymore. What we're going to do is we're going to save this. Phantasms bracket offering. And then we make a copy that is going to be non-offering. Now for the non-offering tech, we're going to be dropping, let's just strip the band-aid off, remove everything that we needed for the offering tech. We still have 88% movement speed. We no longer have Queen's Hunger. Without Queen's Hunger, we no longer need death offering ascendancy points, which means we gain an ascendancy. And with that in mind, I'm thinking we pick up Commander of Darkness, or we pick up Unnatural Strength and then we F and F the other one, either or. We're now 15 mil DPS. So all our ghastlies. Actually, before we go to the ghastly step, let's just start from the top. One, two, you. We're going to drop you. Chance to poison. We can control destruction. This allows us to go on nerve. I guess it's not even the biggest deal. Anyways, let's go darkness enthroned. So it'd be something like this, except we have chance to poison. Good to turn this off. Trigger at summon phantasms. They have a 54% chance to poison. So the guy that had this, we're switching to poison as well. So that should replace you and you. That is 80% poison chance. Now, in terms of now for body armor, let's just go for a generic armor based body armor. Right. If royal plate is 293 strength, isn't that just criminal? Like, real talk, isn't that just like, what the fuck? That's wild. That is wild. Holy. What if I went ES now and I just stopped trolling? If my chest piece is open, I can go for an ES based chest piece. I can go for ES gloves, ES boots. I can probably fit in a discipline. Drop this, go clarity. Let's try it. Let's try it. Body armor. The problem with going ES is my tree is just not spec for ES. It is spec for life. Not so much ES. I could do hybrid, I guess. That's another option. Because now I don't have any, I don't have the sources of life regen I was going to be relying on in the form of like bone offering, right? I don't have that anymore. I go CI, that allows me to drop chaos res altogether. What up, Chris? Ready for the league? Oh, I am preparing. I'm excited for it, but I am so not ready yet. I have so much. I have prepared my league starter and also like I am ready to go on, but I have so much to do in the form of like actual like POBing because this is one of the things I wanted to do as an example. Just make sure my body armor or well, look at the body armor. Make sure I know the builds I'm interested in and I know what I want to play as a second build. Then once I get to the second build, I can then start thinking of third build. Okay, so we drop determination. We go discipline. We drop treachery because I don't give them ES. Like now we've crossed the threshold of things I wanted to do and now I don't want to do it anymore. I don't particularly feel like giving my enemies discipline. That is where I crossed the line. We drop that. Mana regen is up to 119. What is cyclones? Mana. Oh, it's easy then. Jeez. All right. We don't even need a level 20 clarity at that point. We most definitely do not. How do I make up for the rest? Which, by the way, now I can drop the flesh and flame for more of these ghastlies. Now I can potentially go back to having an adorn setup. Now it makes sense to do that. Anyways, I think I drop all of that, if I'm being honest. And I think with that, I try to scale. Maybe not CI. ES, increase ES, increase ES, and then triple res. You can, this I can see it's being possible with delve crafting, but if I want to go essence crafted with mana reservation efficiency, then that's just not possible. Fire, lightning, cold. Darren Exarch, Eta Worlds. Now we're looking at 3k ES. You're doing the same with Dancing Dervish? Like you're planning out your Dancing Dervish build? How's that going? How do they look this league? I haven't actually had the chance to look at dervishes in a minute. Does POB calculate their damage well? Or do you not? Is that not possible? I feel like it is, right? Sharing Exarch, Ether of Worlds, movement speed, energy shield, energy shield. Fire, cold, lightning. Add implicits, spirits, flesh offering, giga effect. And then for Ether, let's leave that for now. Let's switch this to flesh offering. Yeah, it's more damage now. Which one of the special ascendancy nodes are you going for? On Summon Phantasm, I plan on going for Katarina's Umbra Army node, because with Dark Monarch, I can get this to give me 88% increased movement speed, which is a lot of movement speed for a minion build. Now, the trick is trying to become relatively tanky. That is a lot. Yes, it is. The trick is trying to get relatively tanky without support minions like Guardian Turtle and AG, and that is where this POB session is coming into play, because god damn is it difficult. Like I have this one that I like, its DPS is to a respectable place for its investment, no mage blood, stuff like that. But like these max hits, yo, it's 5k life and the max hits are still ass. Why? Because there's just no source of PDR, and if I were to try to like respec this so I have more armor, the damage is going to go in the toilet. So hence why we are now making this. And by the way, this version was also going to have like giga movement speed, because you are going to get the full effect of flesh offering, which is like near 60% movement speed on top of that 88% we talked about. So it would have been a lot. It would have been a lot. Going to be zooming? Yep. The problem with that one is you're going to be zooming, but the moment something hits you, you kind of just fall. You kind of just fall flat. So, and I am not a big fan of that kind of playstyle. So we're pivoting, or we're trying to pivot, anyways. Let's get some ES, shall we? The this is a big ES wheel. I'm inclined to do a big swap into ES here and just go CI. If I have the chess piece available, then it's very doable, I think. Like if I can go a rare chest like this that gives me 1000 ES, I think it's very doable to go full ES. All right, let's just see. Large cluster should give ES instead of life. Let's start dropping all the life nodes we have. I could still do this guy, but odds are I want to move him here because it would be cheaper. All right, what else are we taking? We have you going. We don't care about chaos res anymore. I'm thinking Reapers. When I saw them in the trailer, I was like, I want that. I also thought about Reapers or Revenants with Dark Monarch because I never did get the chance to visit them last league, and the fact that you can now get to 10 of them makes me believe an army of Reapers is, you know, viable. Maybe not with the helmet, but I think that should be viable at least. I think Dervishes will get enjoyable with the Headhunter helmet and not worry about accuracy. Dervishes def got buffed by the accuracy change. The helmet could be, they could be big recipients of that, to be honest, because you only have what, 2 of them. Just keep in mind with when it comes to the helmet, you would want to not have many minions, so you have to keep your supporting minion cast light. So maybe something to consider would be going for the ascendancy that gives you a limit of 1 specter, so then that 1 specter gives you even more buff. So for that 1 specter, I'd probably go the action speed node and then use a buffing specter for your dervishes. Then on top of that, you go for an AG, that's your second minion, and then your 2 dervishes, that's 4. So because the way the helmet works is it gives the buffs to a random linked a random linked minion, and you cannot guarantee that if you have like four specters or whatever, you can't guarantee the person that gets the mod. So you want to have a smaller amount of linked specters, so there's a higher chance your DPS minions benefits. So I would probably go Pharaohs with that and play around with that if that is your goal. At least I think that is the best way to take advantage of it. Just always run in the opposite direction. I'm going to miss Mercs. Yes, same. I think Mercs were such an insane addition because of the fact that for some reason GGG have been pushing solo minion builds, so like builds where you only go one minion. Like I'm not against the playstyle, but it feels like compared to the supports you get for one minion builds, the reason to go for multi-minion builds, the disadvantages keep stacking up from all the way from like socket pressure to you know, less DPS because you're not doubling obviously and stuff like that. So it is because of that, the presence of Mercs being a pseudo AG just meant we could still get defensive scaling despite not having the minion army. So like we could still, on my chains of command last league, I was able to get determination because I had a Merc. Because I had determination, I could still get like Watcher's Eye and all these other things that would help my physical max it and stuff like that. Without Mercs, oh, that's out the window, doesn't matter. Back to scrounging for survivability as best as we can. Oh, by the way, all our Ghastly Eye Jewels are going to need to switch from life to energy shield. All of them. And because we're going the full ES swap, we need to pick up Ghost Reaver. We're currently up to 6k ES, which is very, very healthy. Not CI yet, so we should do that. CI now. And all our sources of Chaos Res, we now need to just drop. So like Chaos Res goes for minion movement speed. And then other sources like, I mean, the Greaves, I just won't put. So now, oh yeah, I don't regen anymore. I think when you go CI, percent life regen becomes percent ES regen, but I don't regen thanks to Ghost Reaver, so it doesn't really matter regardless. Poison is not a problem for me. Bleed is still a problem, so I guess I would just go bleed immunity or stun threshold, one of them. Probably bleed immunity. Actually, this should be number 3. Save that. I'm going to try it. If it doesn't work, I'll just do Zoom answer instead. You mean instead of Reapers? How would Reapers feel early on? That's going to be the first question. How soon would you plan on swapping into them? Because the moment you pull Reapers in, you can't really use other minions. So it's you would have to make a big swap from non-Reaper to Reapers, and you probably want to use Dark Monarch, Or alternatively, you could use, if you're going to, if you don't want to use Dark Monarch, you can opt for Hallowed Monarch, of course, which allows you to link to your Reapers, or you go for a different helmet altogether, and then you're able to use, what's the name of this guy? Marionettes. And the idea behind marionettes would just be you would have like 3-4 of them, and then your Reapers eat them, they get their buffs, they do what they want to do, they get resummoned in time to be eaten again, and the cycle continues. Gloves. There are a lot of cool specters out there, but everything that shotguns becomes meta. Yep. Thing is, it's very hard to compete with good old shotgunning, because you literally turn the strongest part about shotgunning is that you turn a downside, i.e. using GMP or volley, which you typically take for clear, you turn that into a big damage multiplier, and it's hard to compete with that for other setups. Not to mention, it's the equivalent of just having more minions. For every one overlap you have on your mortar skill, it's like having an extra minion using one projectile. So that's why it's very, very hard to compete with mortars. Guess I'll get 5% chance to suppress, like that matters. Yes. Actually, no. Minion damage. Actually, suffix wise, we don't need to care too much. Yeah, we don't need to care too much suffixes wise for what do you call it? We need strength. We'll put down a ring. Res is fine, I believe. Let's turn this off. See what we need. Yeah, whatever we need, res. So let's do this. The way we'd go ahead and craft this would then be essence, fear, and then we'd get like T1 of one of them. And then for suffixes, we just go fire, lightning, cold. Something like that. 8k ES. Let me just make sure there's no calc that I am forgetting. What happened to my wither? Why? How does that make sense, brother? Where's my wither? Give me a second. There. That made no sense. And it's BRB. All right, I am back. Where were we? We figured out the mysteries of the disappearing wither stacks. We need to do something about this. I don't like this. I do not like this. That being said, that doesn't matter anymore. I can drop something. I just don't know what yet. And at this point, we have so many ghastly hydros that I think it is worth going back to an adorned setup. Just might be worth it. Not bad. I'm not always on full ES, but I'm on full ES a lot. So there really isn't a way for me to cap this block without going mistress or sacrifice, huh? Okay. Okay. Everything else I think is fine. Fizz, you know, it could be better, but it's in a better spot. These others are 100% in better spots. Twilight Regalia, I have an idea. Actually, we need to drop Cold Res and then benchcraft Fizz. Is this even worth it? 3%. Is the best we have available to us. But it is ass. Like, it is so bad. Yeah, it's the best we have. We'll take it, I guess. Not great, but honest work, I guess. I guess can be choosers. All right. This also allows us to go steering Exarch and really harp on our physical mitigation. So we have endurance charge scaling. Alright, effect would be really nice. Flasks, no. Max res. Max res is decent. But my biggest worry is PDR or physical damage, so we are instead going non-curse aura. Yeah. We'll leave this alone because I feel like the next one, which is physical damage taken as, will be the more impactful one. I guess I could do 11% and then really juice aura scaling. This could be what we end up doing. Because this would give us discipline aura effects and some damage as well. Yeah. It's actually looking respectable now. Actually looking respectable. The elemental max hits are really good. Physical is could be better, but what can we can't complain so much. Do we really not need any uniques? What are the uniques I would typically go for? Storm Shroud. I'm using Purity of Elements, so that's fine. I don't even need Purity of Elements if I'm being honest. I just need Ailment Immunity, so maybe that's something to consider. But I don't want to have to force myself to do that. Purity of Elements. That could easily be Malevolence though. Anyways, for now, let's just see this. Let's go Adorned. And all those ones become this guy, with this becoming Poison, which would be giga expensive. We need like 2 of them, really. No, I'm saying 2. We need like 4 of them. Take this away. Are we still at 100%? Are we using Chance of Poison? Do we really need Chance of Poison anymore? Yeah, this can't be the best we have. You aren't even that great, to be honest. Better than the alternative, though. But not insane by any means. Let's drop Purity of Elements and let's instead go Malevolence. This necessitates Storm Shroud. Oh. Storm Shroud. And then add to build. Storm Shroud. This means you realistically, let's see. Okay, so we only need 2 of them, really. And then we're capped on poison. So beyond that, we're going to need Chance to Avoid Shock in one place. That puts us at, I want to say 80 something percent. And then to complete, we just need our Warlock boots to make up for the difference. How do we make up for the difference? How do we craft this? Essence ES until movement speed. Open prefix reforge. Defense. Hope you get second ES, or actually double ES, then go speed, and that should give you movement speed. Hopefully it's high tier. If not, redo this. Now your suffixes are, your prefixes are done. Because then, as it is, I have to swap out Chance to Avoid Bleeding for Chance to Avoid Elemental Ailments, which is not bad, to be honest. It's 20%. That caps us on Storm Shroud Chance. So we're Ailment Immune now. Stun Immune is still coming from like here, but we can use one of these for stun, but realistically we're just going to use that for minion damage. This puts us at 27 mil. We are quite lacking in the, like, we just lost a bunch of survivability by doing this. But that's a very healthy amount of damage. Big damage. We do need to cap our cold res though. So one of the rings is going to need to have cold res now. You already have cold res? Okay, you need to have strength then. And the second ring is going to have cold res. The ring should also be switched to ES. More ES. Dark Monarch. What can we corrupt you into having? Increase ES is obviously decent. Nothing else really matters. Like genuinely, all our auras are in the chest piece, so we don't need to worry about that. In our helmet, we have defensive skill, defensive gems, so like steel skin is there. We also have convocation, so we can go level of minion, and that benefit a tiny bit, but really, who cares? We'll just go for that. We're back to 8k ES. We have a very healthy amount of damage now, 27.2 mil. We are full into poison. And then whenever steel skin is up, this goes up to 23k fizz. Is there anything I can do to further increase my fizz? We have an anoint we can use. What would I like that anoint to do? I guess I could zealotry, but there isn't enough reservation. There isn't enough for that. Okay. In that case, what is a good anoint? This is always decent for, like, foresight is decent for ES builds or for anoints. Odds are though, I'd want to anoint. I can't anoint as a mountain because it's while holding a shield. I could go endurance, I guess. It's an option. Not a great option, but it's an option. I think this is fine. I genuinely think it's fine. His max hits. I don't think we're getting much higher than this. The only way we can get much higher than this is if we somehow found a way to fit in determination, and then we fit in the Watcher's Eye. So like if we did something like this, went determination instead, and then maybe on the All's Uprising we went charisma. Maybe that'd be enough. All right, Twilight Regalia it is. Remove. Okay, that just dropped by an insane amount. What the fuck? Wait a second. Okay, it didn't drop by an insane amount. Something else changed. Oh, I know what else changed. I dropped. Okay, that's my bad. It's the Flesh and Stone change. But anyways, I'm curious about this, which is why I'm doing it. It's worse. Okay, we tried. We tried. Now, granted, determination is just permanently up versus Flesh and Stone, which is only up in a certain radius. But I think Flesh and Stone does way more for my defenses across the board than determination, which only affects Fizz. When I'm on full ES, which I should be most of the time, this is my Fizz max hits. When I actively start taking hits, my leech, I have enough minions to where my leech should kick in and take me back to full. So realistically, for any one big hit, I should be on full ES. I think it's a POB that I can be okay with. Like I said, there isn't much else I'm changing here that is going to make me mysteriously tankier. You know, it's not happening. Let me think of generic less damage multipliers. Where can I get some? Obviously, we can go for like we can go for more defenses coming from our flasks, you know, armor flasks, the like. That is something that we can do. And then that would save us a lot of fears. And because we now have a bit more armor baseline, determination becomes more worthwhile. And if we're going determination, then we might as well go divine shield, which would allow us to regenerate a decent chunk of ES. What do I think of that? I prefer this POB to this one. I do. I think this is the better overall setup. It's somewhat slower because it loses the offering effects that I was talking about, and it's, of course, it doesn't have EHP wise 84k versus 157k. It doesn't have quite the EHP because block is less, but there's not much I can do about that. Like, if I really wanted to, I could switch. I could try to make bone offering work, and then mistress of sacrifice. Like, that's something I could do, but I don't wanna. 27 mil single target, but while clearing, we'd end up at, I think I remove you while clearing, which also drops. Oh, I didn't put that there. 18.7 mil DPS while clearing. $28 mil while single target. But if I'm going Amanamus, yeah, should do Amanamus 100%. It's true not having an Amanamus. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. So maximum effect. So faster casting is more DPS? Question mark. No. Hold up, I'm confused. Why does that show as more DPS? So if I were to click this, okay, so it's a marginal upgrade. I'd rather have awakened added though. But then for this guy, we have efficacy, which is a substantial upgrade, I think. Yes, that's pretty substantial. Yeah, okay. About 2 mil-ish DPS, give or take. We still aren't at poison capped even on single target though. That's like the one thing. But we are at 20 mil for clear. Let's go added chaos damage here. Brother. And then let's go greater multiple. So single targets, wave clear. That said, who is the weakest link? Oh, it is you guys. In order even. Okay, cool. So these are the two you swap out for these two. We still have nothing in our gloves, and I kind of, what else can we do to boost our damage here? We said +1 curse would be ideal. So instead of, so we go All's Uprising, we anoint Whispers of Doom, we anoint that, we save, and then Where's our curse? Despair, convocation. Yeah, we remove convocation. We go despair. We go temp chains. Then we go Arcanist brand. And now we're looking at 29 mil DPS, 37 mil actually. We are still somewhat away from poison cap, but that is fine. And then in the gloves, actually this will be gloves. Let's make his gloves. Helmet has this and this. Helmet, convocation, cross blink. The helmet is full. We need shield charge still. So the last link on the gloves is shield charge. All right, I think this is fine. 8k ES would be a bigger amount. Would ideally be a bigger amount, to be honest. Besides the adorned, which is expensive, you'd go for a lower effect. These guys will be on the expensive side, and to not use, actually this guy might honestly be on the cheaper side, this one. But to not end up not using, this is a fairly high budget setup. It's not mage blood level budget, so this is more mid budget than anything. Probably want to reduce the adorned quality in that case, but nothing here is insanely expensive, I would say. But nothing here is but this is also not insanely cheap by any means. This is a weird in between of high budget and medium budget, is if I had to classify what this budget would be. But with this budget, it's kind of fine. Now if I had to go full high budget and go mage blood, then that would alter it a bit. So let's just save it and let's just see. Mage blood goes here, which means poison drops to 52, which means this one ends up being of venom to get poison back up to 78, and then probably want to use chance of poison here, but I guess of venom is still fine. And then we just make one of the of venoms. We need to make it corrupted with chance to avoid shock. This one has 23, so we're looking at like 40% ish, a bit higher chance to avoid shock, so we'll probably need 2 of them. That's like 80%. Then the boots fill out the rest for the storm shroud. We're back up to 33 mil, but because of this, we now have the space to go mage blood flasks, essentially. But not only mage blood flasks, because honestly we can just decide to drop storm shroud right now for a regular adorned jewel if we go mage blood, which should be the play, to be honest. And same thing, you can go avoid. We can go for avoid whatchamacallit. All right, reduce duration, increase effect. Alchemist, apply enchantment, increase effect. And then Increase armor during effects. Enemy holiday in solo queue sent me to bed. 3 minutes in, I lose Guardian. 4 minutes later, I lose Walker. 1 minute after, I lose Guardian while I beg in time friends to help our lane the whole game. Wait, so the enemy of holiday was insane? Was it a gun holiday or bomb? I assume. Well, I don't know. Didn't I just put a flask in here? There we go. Apply enchantments. Alchemists. Now we have increased armor already. Immune to... Chance to avoid being shocked. 53, something like that. Put the granite in there. With this guy, we don't have to worry about chance to avoid shock anywhere, and we can just focus on everything else. So chance to avoid stun, etc, etc. What else do we have going for us? I mean, the ideal universe. In the ideal universe, what happens? We would end up going melding and a flask plus a purity to get us to 90% res. So this mage blood, quote unquote, is going to be half-assed, I think. I'm more so curious to see how good it would be defensively. Now let's say the same thing. Drop flesh and stone for determination. That puts us at 26k armor, which is a healthy chunk of armor, to be honest. Then nodes like this make sense to go. Same with this, makes sense to go because ES as well as armor. Suddenly you're looking at 32k armor, and then you can use this to regen a decent amount of the ES. Okay, that sounds like a plan for something to do on armor and on mage blood setup, the mage blood version of this. But I guess the question is, do I want to make that POB now? Because like I would literally need to restructure my auras to actually fit having purity of lightning, because I have +1 lightning, so purity of lightning makes the most sense, alongside a melding, and then tweak the gear to actually have the res needed, maybe even go purity of elements to make up for the big minus res we just went. And that would, yeah, that would be a lot. It would be an undertaking and a half. Do I want to do that? No. So we leave it as is. We leave it with the darkness enthroned, and then we just put masochists flasks in there. So basalt, granite, quartz, am I missing any flasks? Now we need to adjust these guys because I don't care for this one. I don't care for the regen either. Chance to avoid stun We just go for a natural modifier is what that means. What modifiers do we already have? We have armor. Armor. Okay. I guess we can go reduce effect of curses. Then you can go block and stun recovery, I guess. And then you would be like, you would then be the life flask that has bleed and CB immunity. But yeah, this is basically a completed POB. Not necessarily the highest or the highest budget version, but a pre-Mage Blood high budget version, which is not bad. Not bad at all. I feel like we can, if we wanted to, we could maybe squeeze out more ES. Also, I do not like this circle we have going on, so we either drop this or we drop this. It's a wasted point, so I think this looks better in general. 20% increase max ES is a lot of increased max ES, and I have no plans on dropping it. Even this doesn't have 20% increased. Are there any other easy energy shield nodes around us? There's this guy, I guess. I think this is like the easiest, just 10%. But this also just helps with clarity, so I'll leave it. Thanks to this one, our clarity is taking up a lower percent because we just have a very healthy chunk of mana, even though we didn't take this guy. Yeah, I think overall I'm fine with that. We do still have an empty socket in here, and I don't know what I want to have there, to be honest. Hold up. We are not using hollow effigy, so now we need desecrates. Do we not? Yes, we do. I do not want to drop infused channeling. I guess what we could do is move these to boots. Move clarity. Move this to chest. Go desecrate. And I go clarity. Yeah. All's well that ends well. %73 movement speed. Are my flasks off? Yes, they are. Good. 115 with that guy on. Meanwhile, medium budget, this is 42. So I should, even though I have the cyclone going on here, that's actively reducing my movement speed, I'm still at 73. So I think this should feel comfortable. Like without cycling, we're 116. We're zooming. So yo, cycling is insane with its less movement speed modifier. No one cares about this. No one also cares about this guy. We do care about you. We do care about you. Sure. Not really cared for, but we'll take it. All right, I can't complain. This is good. We need strength for what? The fuck do we need strength for? What did I do? Shield charge. I mean, we don't need it fully charged. We just, yeah, that's fine. 17. And then we still skin. Okay. Again, not the highest fizz max hits, but I think other than that, it's fine. And honestly, that fizz max hit is enough for like most things you would want to do. These 17s would be rough once you start taking certain damage modifiers, though. That's like the biggest worry I have. But honestly, this is way tankier than I expected to get with phantasms. So, especially with the amount of damage I currently have, like I didn't think I would actually get to 37 mil at this level. And once there's a mage blood, you can go the determination route, potentially scale armor as well as ES, and then that would also give you some anti-crit while you're at it. And yeah, that would be a very healthy amount of PDR you would gain. You will in turn probably drop flesh and stone, maybe you drop something else. Out of the auras we have here, the only real thing you can drop, honestly, is maybe you go up one level on enlighten or something. And I guess you could craft a chest piece with reservation instead of PDR. It might end up with less flat ES because, I mean, it becomes pricey to get higher ES than that, or to get that much ES. It gets pretty pricey getting that much ES with essence crafted chest piece. That's like the only thing. So you really want high ES on this. So also, let's not forget tattoos exist, but I don't know that there's any tattoo I care for except anti-crits. It's just anti-crits that I think I would care about. This one, nothing else really matters. All right, that is beautiful. I think that about sums up phantasms. We can still plan out what the mage blood version would look like, I guess. That is something we can do because the mage blood will have armor, like I said. It'll have a decent, it'll have decently more my brain isn't working right now. It would have decently more armor scaling for the and that would give it PDR. What else would it have? Higher phase max hits, higher early max hits, because we'd be going for melding in its place. We will need to we need to make up for these, losing these two ghastly eye jewels and one of these. So Amanamus we'll have to figure out Amanamus, because then we'd be 1 2, we'd be -3, so that'd be 1 2 3 4. We'd have 4 ghastlies, so we need 2 jewel sockets in theory to make up for that, which might mean going for a smaller cluster jewel here, an 8 passive cluster, so that you can get to both nodes, and then drop 2 adorned ghastly eye jewels in there. That might be something to consider, at least. And in terms of recovery, we shouldn't have to ever worry about recovery with all this leech. We should never have to do that. And also, in the process of getting the armor, we get 50% anti-crit, and we can get the remaining 50% from tattoos, I think. And if you pair that with Divine Shield, we should never really have to worry about regen or lack of sustain, realistically. Also, this is not a Doriani setup, so we can honestly, these are probably still the flasks we'd want to go if we go for a mage blood. But for some of the suffixes, we can go increased early res, and we'd have to go for a bit more early res elsewhere. Now, granted, we are currently overcapped on early res, but with a melding giving us -80 on each of them, I definitely see a universe where we just plug and play but what's the name of that flask again? It's not basalt, it is, what is the name of that prismatic flask? I forget the name. I'm surprised I don't have it here. Okay, I don't want to give up. What's the name? All early res flask. Like, I'm so close to it. Bismuth. That's the name. Yep. I could, in theory, go for a bismuth flask to make up for it as well, and that way I don't need to touch. I would not need to touch. What do you call it? Oh my god, my brain is farting right now. I would not need to touch Purity of Elements as an aura to make up for the downside. That being said, That being said, honestly, I can see myself going for. I can see myself going for suffixes that have res, like dual suffixes that have res to make up for it. Because like I don't want to drop a basalt, I don't want to drop a granite, because without them I have no armor. They would have to carry my armor in terms of flat value, and then have a bit more to contribute from determination to then overall be able to get to an armor value that is worth actually taking these nodes for, these armor ES nodes. It's funny how the setup I'm currently looking at has literally 0 armor. I think this is the first time I've had so little armor, like actual 0 on a POB. Like no unique is giving me even a tiny bit of flat armor. That being said, I think it's worth dropping these two. Oh, I lose the strength is actually noticeable. Picking up these two. There we go. Realistically, I could also just do this. I'm thinking about dropping this, going less fizz here. Going less fizz here, dropping the regenerate 2% ES per second, and then picking up more armor ES. Because this is 10, 5, 5, 5. But like without this, clarity becomes a problem. Actually, it's still not a problem actually, because actually it kind of still is. But 152 mana regen, the moment I cast something, I have the mana back. So even though Arcanist Brand is out here casting these two on repeat, it doesn't matter too much. Even it's still not disrupting my Cyclone, right? How much is Cyclone? 36 per second. Yeah, because I have that much mana regen, and if push comes to shove, I can always dial back my clarity for more max mana. Then pick that up because I think it's similar levels of ES. The difference is I get armor this way. And then the moment my flasks come on and I actually get armor, that shit still ass. Never mind. That is still bad. Without mage blood, I don't think it's worth even entertaining that idea then. And I most definitely am not touching this one because like I do this, I have no ES. Holy. Alright. So I think we're settled. Without Mage Blood, it's not worth taking these. I mean, it still kind of is for the anti-crit, to be honest. And it does solve the strength issue we were having. But it also means we're going a longer way without any upside here. We're still coming down here. But yeah, overall, we do end up with more ES, so we do end up with more of this. And there is the universe. Actually, should we just go anti-crit now? So 50% reduce extra damage from crits. Make up the rest from... Do I ever want to remove int? Because like the more I remove int, the less my max mana is, the more problematic it can be. Anyways, I think this is fine. Welcome back. Gone holiday. I guess holiday is still relatively strong in the right hands. I haven't met a holiday that has caused me grief though, so it might be one of those cases of very high skill ceiling or something, because so far every holiday I have faced, I just haven't cared for really. Except maybe if they ult you into somewhere that's like dangerous territory, then sure. But other than that, they've been pretty tame, all things considered. How many blue sockets do I have here? I don't have a single red socket, right? Not one. All right. I think this looks good. I think this looks pretty good. Doing jumps and headshotting in the air. Oh, that sounds problematic. I accepted it, but my teammate was drifting and he felt like 8 deaths to her. 07. I mean, some games are like that, right? The holiday was good at your lane person was not the greatest. How likely is it that we actually make a leveling version of this build? Like a post-campaign, early soul ride type situation? I think offering scaling has potential for being for a budget setup. What do I mean? If you can push out damage on an offering setup, if you can push out damage on an offering setup, which does require 1 and 2, maybe not this necessarily. What if we tried an offering setup that which is obviously still giga movement speed, but without this guy? How much movement speed would we drop by dropping Dark Monarch? We'd go from 44 to 22, so that is dropping 44% movement speed. Which is honestly still more movement speed than dropping offering altogether. So drop 44% movement speed. So now is the question would be, is it worth an ascendancy point getting 44% movement speed? Answer is no. However, that 44% can also come with defense, increased defenses in the form of specters. We can have like 4 specters. Yeah, 4 specters would be viable because you'd get 3 from the gem, 1 from the tree. Then with that in mind, you would then get 44% increased global defenses as well. 7k to 12k difference equal GG lane. GG Walker, Guardian base. She had to support Kelvin as well. So whenever she was going to die, Kelvin would ult and that's it. Me looking at every... What do you think you want to play this league? Are you going spellcaster or bull build? I know you said you're looking at bull builds in particular. With Queen's Hunger, I can't really push too hard into ES territory, but we can go into like hybrid setups. So helmet is free. We go a rare helmet that gives us some physical damage mitigation. And some mana, some RMR. Increased reservation is what RMR means, by the way, for anyone curious. Because I just realized I said RMR instead of explaining what I'm talking about. So increased reservation on helmets, physical damage taken as elemental or chaos, as the case may be. I could go for an ES base, so I have a bit more energy shield to work with. Because I have increased defenses, it honestly might be worth thinking about leaving enough ES to defend with. Is it worth it though? Why would you go through all of that on a league starter? Because the power from the offerings you're getting and the items you're going for are not going to be contested because they are going to be cheap. That is why you would do it. You'd be going poison phantasms, and then you can then go for support specters in that case. So what support specters make sense, and then of course AG. Of course, AG. AG can have Dark Seer. Actually, no, Dark Seer is expensive. AG can have Bonk Stick. Dying Breath. Can have Leer Cast. Can have maybe Doppelgangers. Temp Chains on hits. So he can be the source of Temp Chains paired with Windscream. So then we don't have to worry about Whispers of Doom or applying Temp Chains ourselves. Then what else do we have going on there? Specters. We have spell-based specters, and we're trying to do poison. Of course, Guardian Turtle would be good defensively. If we're looking on the budget, then we have to steer clear from like the Carnage Chieftains, the Charge Monkeys, because we are going to be constantly refreshing, like killing our phantasms and replacing them, so we can't rely on stuff that builds up slowly like frenzy charges. So instead of something like that, what can we get? Cheap DPS specters would end up just being like, if we're converting to chaos, I guess what's her face, Hail Seraphim would be one, Arena Master. I don't think of many others, to be honest. I genuinely have no clue at this point. I'm not sold on League starting Wonders Fantasy. I think players like me need to factor a lot more when it comes to that. Like, Legion is the best strat from day 1 to 5 for someone like me, but I'll be priced out of the Scarabs because Wonders are the meta class, so I don't want to be stuck there. So I'm assuming Expedition, but I also don't really want to do that so I feel Giga stuck. I'm not really interested in Expedition. I pick my starters based on ease of killing my own bosses and what farm I want to sit and do early on. So now I'm just staying, and I probably won't pick till last minute, I guess. I mean, you always just pick at last minute, right? This is not new. It was kind of the same last league. And I think every league that you decided on what you wanted early, you change your mind last minute anyway. So if it helps, there is not going to be much difference in the prep time you will have. That is not true. Okay, so what is the truth? Lies are not permitted. Last week was between two choices, RF and RF. But those are two choices. I chose last minute based on the data bias. Yeah, but what you chose was not what you had been planning for like the past week. I think what you chose, you had only thought about it like the day before or like 2 days before or something like that. I was like, you planned a week before, you're like, okay, this is what you're thinking. 4 days before, like, yeah, this is what I'm going. Then like 2 days before, you did a massive switch or something like that. And then a day before, you're like, the day of, I was like, I don't even know what you're starting at this point. What do we have? What specters can I go on? Poison. Jesus, is it that rough? I can't do Carnage Chieftain. It's just Pale Seraphim and Arena Master, really. I know there's like Gilded Arak, was it? There's Gilded Arak, which is an Alhazmin support specter that I could potentially use, right? There's this guy. And what does he do again? He has an aura. This, I think. What is the debuff again? It's like increased chaos damage taken. I forget the actual debuff, but I can just check. Dominated Gilded Arak. Yeah, this one.
This spider,
Caustic webbing.
correct. It inflicts a debuff called Caustic Webbing that increases chaos damage taken by 20%.
20%?
It's called the Gilded Arak, and it can be found in maps that can.
So 50% uptime, 10% in average increased chaos damage taken. That's not bad. The man is I mean, I know the conversation that I had with him as of last league and Freesia and Settlers We were in the same boat. This is an ugly aspect, that can I just say? Like, that is ugly. Anyways, so that is number 3 of decent support specters for on a budget. Now, if I wanted to remove the budget limitation, what would I go for? Guardian? Obviously, I'll go for Guardian Turtle. Onslaught, Calling Strike is also big. I would go for that. Offensively, who else is there? I'm pretty sure the spider only cares about spiders, so it wouldn't work. And Gilded Arak, 10% increased chaos damage taken is not the biggest debuff when you consider that Wither is what, 90%? Yeah, 6% stacks up to 15 times, so yeah, 90%. So that would end up being, what is the math on this? 10 over 90. 11% more damage. I guess it's still 11% more damage, so it's just... What spiders are pretty though? That's a good question. I have never seen one. I have never seen a good looking spider. We can't even use Impale because phantasms don't attack, they use spells. I guess Pain Artist is an option with Zealotry. It's like 12%. His Zealotry is like 12% more damage. So you're an option, but aren't you like fucking squishy as well? Yeah, 144%. You are squishy AF. Even... Yeah, you'd be dying every map. No, I'm good. Do you want to rate my rough build idea? Sure. And if I have any tips to offer, I will offer them. Creates chaos offering, creates fire offering. The fuck are these offerings, by the way? Real talk. Oh, it's just damage. Because like I've seen them in game because I've used Perfect Judgmental Spirit and I never realized they were called offerings. Lightning damage, no. Clarity, who cares? Warlord. I mean, I considered Warlord, but I'm looking for offensive options here. Phantasms are not constructs, so Hawking Miscreation would not be good for them, and I'm also constantly refreshing them or replacing them, so also not good. Yeah, that's what I meant. I like spiders. Is it just me, or we're getting less and less info every league start? I don't know if we have or if we haven't. I would say this league starts, we have the least amount of changes in terms of patch notes, so there isn't even too much to disclose. Now, as for revealing what to expect from like the league mechanic and whatnot, I think they've been hiding more and more, but that is mostly because I think they are trying something with, like, you know, having people explore and stuff, and they obviously know it is not really an option with the current state of like the fact that data mine information will get posted the moment the patch goes live up and everything, but they're doing their best to preserve the novelty, I would say. when you go into a league. So if it's based on like league specific information, yes, we're getting less information. But at the same time, I also come from an era where, you know, we had affliction and we had zero idea what we were getting for affliction specters, and we just kind of had to figure it out day one. So because I'm a minion player, I'm used to not getting information, I guess is what I would say. But I can see why that is the impression you get. So am I just stuck on Forest Warrior and Guardian Turtle? Because those are the only two that make sense. Forest Tiger obviously makes sense, but he's squishy AF and he's kind of expensive, so there's that. Who has increased AD per its miscreation, right? Where's miscreation? There. Increase AD per armor. Okay, so they're both melee. I just got a weird stacking idea that I was like, yeah, that shouldn't work, right? Man is disparaged. Holy. I mean, the league will come, we'll play it, and we'll have fun. As for what you can go for a league starter, I don't know what you'd be fancying, but you said you don't want to go a wonder, so I mean, might I interest you in a minion league starter? Valataya, what up? How you doing? Welcome. It's been some time, I think. How you been? Do you know what you're league starting yet? I guess it would just end up being a case of Forest Warrior, Guardian Turtle, Pale Seraphim, Arena Master if I wanted offensive options. Or I could, in theory, still go. Now I don't want to go. I guess I could go Arena Master, not Arena Master. Spectral Leader. I could go Spectral Leader. Though I do think they have different aggro ranges, and I think Spectral Leader might stay behind the Phantasm, so I don't know how likely it is that he's effective with them, but I could do this for the action speed. And he is on the squishier side, but I think he will live just because I can go for the minion defensive node that just perma-prints life on minion death, basically. Try to focus on my CP schedule for a league slot. Maybe Wonder, maybe Summoner. Kind of want to try being Metacock because play the file on last league start. What one skill is the current meta? I haven't paid attention to Wonder skills that much. So where would the damage come from on a budget? Let me think about it objectively on a. Actually, let's do this. New folder, summon phantasms. Put phantasm in there, go in here, new witch, necro. Let's go for a fresh into campaign type situation, or fresh into end game. I got a 6-socketed soul rest. How much damage are we looking at there? And how much how much damage are we looking at here? So we go triggered 22. Physical proj. The new kinetic rain. Do we have the numbers on the new kinetic rain? Or like The I think we do actually. I think slash keepers actually has it. I think we do have it here. Oh yeah, I did see this. What does wind burst do? Causing them to trigger wind burst on hit after you've traveled a certain distance cannot support. The explode after. Oh, it's the tornado guy. Okay. I was like, wait, this doesn't. I don't remember the. I couldn't remember the reveal for this, but it's the tornado one, where you can go less duration so it explodes more frequently, or more duration for more clear, something like that. All right, kinetic rain. So we do have the numbers on it. We can see it's 143% of base damage, and we obviously know how it looks. And then there's the anomaly portion. Yeah, I can see this being hype. At the very least, we know it's not going to be a situation where there's we're surprised by no damage, you know. Surely the last bloodline reveal will save the league, not Copia. What I mean, we know it's breach related. I don't think we're going to get it before launch, if I'm being honest. I would hope that we do, but I don't see it. I genuinely don't see us getting it. In which case, it is what it is. But what would breach have that will be insane for like regular builds? I can see maybe there's some Val breach like mechanic in there, but like Val breach is already a graft at this point, so probably not. Which what else could be in there? Probably maybe some effects from some breach uniques, I guess. Maybe. Man plays twisters in PoE2 and can't get enough of them. Extra room graft slots. Room grafts are from Settler, so it's unlikely. What is from Breach? Breach has rings. The rings now give mattress. From what we've seen, we're not looking at plug and play stuff. So stuff that will be easy to use will likely not be in that ascendancy. If anything, I suspect we'll get some child, maybe one ascendancy that has some relation to Chayula Monk from PoE2. So maybe into the breach. Maybe. But remnants are not in this game to my knowledge, right? There's no remnant like mechanic. So that's not a possibility in that case. I don't know. I can't think of what they would give, because like the things that first come to mind are like stuff that you would get from breach uniques, but breach uniques are still in the game, so I don't know what it could be. Zero idea. We are live based as of this moment, so we do all of this. We get down here. again, fresh into the end game, so we don't really have the items we need. So Katarina's chest piece, not an option. Leash of Oblation is an option, but I guess it is an option. We could maybe do that, but like, why would you do that? Offerings, if I were to go for the Katarina unique, would be a lot of cheap power, I think. But I feel like Katarina's chest piece will end up being one of those ones that is just deceptively expensive early on, just because of the fact that nobody's killing Katarina too early, at least. So there's that. Without that chest piece, we have to rely on this to give ourselves offerings. But with the 50% reduced effects on us, it's still a decent amount of power, if I'm being honest, because that just means instead of getting 100% effect, we'd be getting, instead of getting 100% increased effect, we're now getting 50% increased effects. No, we get a 100% increased effects, so we get 50% increased effects, is what that means. Our minions still get the base effect and then 100%, so basically double effect on them, but on us it would be, yeah, so I am correct. We would get the base effect and then some, so 50% increased effect. So instead of getting 60 attack speed, we'd be getting 45. It's still a decent amount of reduced effects, all things considered. Wait, no, we will, because the 50% is coming from ascendancy. But here's the kicker: if we're going for that, for like Death Army with 50%, then we don't have Umbral Army, or Death Offering with 50%, then we don't have Umbral Army, which has the movement speed portion of that same thing. And we miss out on the 20% offering effects that the chest piece provides. So by not having the chest piece, how much effects of offerings do we have on our player character? That would be base 100%, reduce 50% because of the missions of sacrifice node. That puts us at 50% effects of, then we can get 50% from the offering to completely counter the downside of missions of sacrifice. So that puts us back at base effect of offerings. Then we get 20% increased effect on a mastery, so that puts us at 20% increase, or 120% total effect, and 10% from quality, so 30%. So you'd be sitting at 30% increased effects. So instead of block getting 30 something percent block, which is the base effect, we'd be looking at 40 something. Not bad. I think it's so cool, but with no gem information, no one gives a shit about it. Twisters? What are you talking about? The twist, we do have information on the twisters. It's on the page. We actually do have information on twisters. It's one of the few things we do have information on. I closed the page already, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Like, yeah, this is it. We have all the information we need from the gem. Only thing missing is POEDB data mine information of like level 21 plus, but it's a support gem, so you weren't really getting past 20 anyways. Fires projectiles that move randomly and damage enemies they pierce through. They explode after a duration, dealing area damage. Oh, you mean twisters? This is not twisters. This is the tornado. I keep mixing them up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we don't have access to twisters information. Okay. Yeah, you're right. So how do I deal with ascendancy on that budget? Because there's no universe where it makes sense to drop bone barrier. Like it's not happening. But the moment I don't take bone barrier, then I don't have offerings because I don't have Katarina chests. I don't have this. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure something out, is what that means. Okay, how about this? Let's check PoE Ninja, shall we? Let's check how much the chess piece was day one. Wait, what? Oh shit. We can do this now? Oh shit, that's huge. I like it. Oh god. When was league start? Oh, this is standard. Oh, mercenaries. Yeah, I want to check mercenaries. The Queen's Hunger. What was 4 months ago? Yeah, June. So this is about right. So it was about 207. It was about 207 day one and 122 day two. So like it just dropped. Now of course, depending on what you get, it could be more expensive. An offering effect might be on the expensive side. But I guess you have to expect this is a few divines day one. And if that is the case, then yeah, we can plan around this. How much was a soul rest? I had no idea you could look back in time with the slider. I mean, I didn't do that. I think it's very, very new. It wasn't here last league, I can tell you that much. It most definitely was not here. This was 2 chaos day one, drop to 1 chaos. So very cheap. No one is dragging it with you. It's yours to get. Now obviously a 6 link was expensive, but realistically you don't need a 6 link, you need a 6 socket. So it's cheaper to get because all you need is 6 sockets. Oh jeez. So yeah, it's going to be, it's hard to get the actual information for this because it says 6 link and you know, non 6 link. Soul is dirt cheap, yeah. So that means, yeah, I can't plan on having the Katarina chest because that could be expensive. That is a wild card right there, which means we're going to have to just play around with what we have. And if I'm being very honest with you, right, I think we would just genuinely have to settle for Unholy Might. Because I don't want to do physical damage. I don't think it makes sense for me to say, okay, yeah, you guys do physical damage. We have no impale to take advantage of. Unless we go Triad's Grip. If I go Triad's Grip and a rare chest, I will still have the space to cap my res, because I would have rare helmets, rare chests, rings, boots, all rare, so I can get res on everything there. So I'm not too worried about res in that situation, I guess. But like, it makes sense to go on Holy Might, because you're not going to have a 4 white Triads Grip day 1. It is not happening. And if you do, it's going to be fucking expensive. Like, you can't harvest craft it yet because harvest shit is just giga expensive. So your best bet is to have a 4 blue Triads Grip to convert to lightning or something. Or just try to get it to elemental damage. And then you'd also probably want to have supplementing minions doing damage as well in a minion army type capacity. Give me a second, I need to pee. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Are there any good duration specters? What do you mean duration specters? Because it would be nice to make the offering long without passives. So there are ways to make your offering very long. Specters with duration skills. I can't think of any that would require something like a more duration support. I'm not even entirely sure. This is a duration specter, I guess. I'm not even entirely sure if Fire Frenzy is not. I don't know that this has the duration tag, does it? Oh, it does. There you go. But here's the thing, even for specters like these, you don't have much of a reason to you don't have too much of a reason to scale duration. Like with spectral leader, there is a reason, because you can get to 100% uptime if you get to like, if you scale the duration a bit. But all you need to do that on a poison build like mine is scale skill effect duration, and you're chilling. This setup has to have a good amount of increased damage without cluster jewels. Actually, I can use cluster jewels. I just need to make sure it's a 12 passive cluster jewel without, like, just having a 12 passive minion cluster jewel, I think, is a decent amount of damage. So we can make ourselves get that. But how cheap is a 12 passive minion cluster? I guess let's find out. Cluster jewels. Passive cluster jewels. High level doesn't matter too much. I'm just looking for a 12 passive. Our minions deal arranged by passives, 12 passives. Let's say 68. I don't care what, I just need to have like this and life. Day one type situation. Full range, please. We're looking about 10-ish chaos. I mean, we can deal with it 12 chaos, I think. I think that's cheap enough. So then you'd go for a 12 passive cluster. Remove, obviously remove issues by remove attack, cast speed, remove effects, and all you have is life. And the only reason I'm even, you know, doing this is because of how starved Summon Phantasms can be, I guess. Now, because this is a league starts scenario, I need to make sure I get as much value as I can from the tree itself. We can get some basic one mod jewels, I think. Nothing crazy. We're also not going for this, but I would like to have a minion defense mastery asides this guy. So we either go for this, which I think is the play, or we go for golems. 6 points to 5 points, a 1 point difference. Which do I think matters more for me? This obviously makes them tankier, but because this is a non-dark monarch version, +1 golem is actually very big. So I think I will be doing this instead. so that I can then just do this for 4 points. Minions recover life on minion death. That allows me to go to golems, one of which would be damage oriented, carrion golem. The other is going to be defense oriented, chaos golem, I think, for the chaos res, or stone golem for the defense. I like stone golem because regen and defenses. Now, summon phantasms, chance to poison, wither is 15. Brother, where's my chance to wither? 15 there. We'll leave this fully open. Summon phantasm, low budget. Are there any other uniques I should be worried about? Early on, I'm not going to have a 6 link, so I can't plan on having a 6 link. So actually, I can't plan around it. Let's see, body armor. The 6 link is just going to be my cyclone setup. Anyway, so cyclone casts while channeling. Infused channeling. Then what offering? Flesh offering. Desecrates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So without this 5 link, flesh offering just has to go. Not flesh offering, infused channeling has to go, which is kind of unfortunate. So this, then infused channeling. Then that's it. That's what that matters. As for here, we can go Feeding Frenzy. Feeding Frenzy is active. And then beside these two, what else can I have here? Iron Golem, Stone Golem, Feeding Frenzy. Who else? Ray Spectre. Ray Spectre wants the levels. How do we get the levels early on without going something like Bones of Valor? The answer is you probably can't. You can't. You can't get the 3rd Spectre. I don't think early on. You can only get your. You can't get your 4th Spectre rather, because your weapon slot is missing. So, or your 1 slot where you get +2, not there. You can get from helmet, so that's +1, but you're not getting a 21 Spectre gem day 1. So let's just say you're 20, you have 1 from the helmet, you don't have shield, so you can't get +1 from there. Best case scenario, your boots, Bones of Valor +2. You have 3 levels you have to account for. You're not getting a level 4 empower day 1. You're not getting level 3 empower day 1. So yeah, so I think we just ignore the potentially going for the next Next time we just go for having 3. Besides, there were only so many good ones to begin with, so no biggie. So Raise Spectre, Stone Golem, Carrion Golem, Feeding Frenzy. This will go in, let's say, helmets. What ghastly IJOs can we afford at this point? If I had to say, it would just be chance to poison and life. And even life is iffy. So let's just bank on chance to poison. Does that cap poison chance? Yes, it does. If I take away 2 of these, am I still capped? No. And this is with chance to poison. Okay. One of them. I mean, we can have a Darkness Entry on day 1, but we are not going for Darkness Entry. I just remembered. We're going for... We would probably be going for offerings to round out our block chance and everything, right? That is the idea. So... But to make up for that, I guess if the moment you get your 4th ascendancy, you'd be going for the Katarina death offering node. That would be the more pressing thing to get. And the moment you have death offering, you ideally want to be able to give yourself the offering. So at that point, you're scrambling to get your Leash of Oblation. You're trying to get Katarina's body armor. I forget the name. But those 2 things. And then the moment you have that, then you can then add your duration scaling. All the while you are not exclusively phantasms. And since you're not exclusively phantasms, defensively you don't really change much, if I'm being honest. Like defensively, what changes? You can't use Guardian Turtle because you're going to drop them eventually for a Dark Monarch. Offensively, we don't have so many offensive specters that I would say it's worth dropping Dark Monarch in the high budget. I guess it does allow us to run something like a Jinx Juju early on, though. That is one advantage. Before we have Envy, we can have Jinx Juju. Now for helmets, what are we going for? Are we going for pure ES or are we going for armor ES? My biggest worry is physical damage. And we're not going to be leeching into ES anyway, so might as well go armor ES. The helmets, armor ES. And then here we just go life. We don't care about level of minion skills because that doesn't affect our damage. We just go life and res. Body armor pretty much the same. Armor ES life and res. Maybe PDR honestly. But we're not going to be reforging or anything, so it's life really. Then gloves are going to be rare as well. Life and res. Boots, same thing, same deal. Armor ES life and res. Life and movement speed and res. And then rings, they're the same. You're never going for a bone ring, really. You're just going for any ring that's giving you res. Belts, you're going for darkness and throne, but you're not going for anything insane. What am I saying? No, you're not going for darkness and throne. You're going to have a rare belt into a leash of oblation. And leash should be cheap, so no. You know what? The leash of oblation swap is actually pricier than I'm thinking it is. Why? Because this requires a prismatic oil, which is going to be expensive league start. So we can't get hollow effigy, and without hollow effigy, we can't really take advantage of the triple offering that effectively. So we either go darkness and throne and we go a shitty roll and just roll with that, or we say we keep it rare until we're ready for the swap. I guess would be an option that's available to us. We also still have points to spend, but before we do any of that, let's just focus on filling this out, shall we? Brother, not awakening gems. No, awakened. Minion damage, void manip, faster proj, greater multiple. And then the swaps single targets. Fuck decay. Why is decay there? Anywho, unbound ailments. So then we just keep fast approach. Not much in the way of DPS, but at least it's one less thing to swap. Fast approach. Vish goes out for GM. No. Void manipulation. Yeah, they're all about the same. So void manipulation goes out for GMP. And vice versa. Okay, so we're going to do this. Void. And then greater. The 1.6 clear, 1 mil clear, 1.6 single target. Then that is one complete gem link, another complete gem link, a not so complete gem link, but I think it's fine. Then what is my fourth ascendancy? I said I was going to prioritize 50% increase effect of offerings. Realistically, the way this is worded in POB is, I think this. Offering skills have 50%. Brother. Leash of Oblation. Offering skill. Wrong one. Your offerings have, no, wrong one again. It's this one. So the way I had it was correct before. I just needed to say of offerings. This. Anyways, so this is the ascendancy. Is it worth almost killing myself? Wait, no, I can't kill myself with the ascendancy at this moment because my offering is not affecting me. That being said, even though it's not affecting me, is it really worth an ascendancy point if it's only giving me 200k damage? Whereas something like this would give me, I guess it's the same amount of damage there. And this is obviously less damage because its use case is different. Okay. I think this is worth it if I go Leash of Oblation. But to go Leash of Oblation, I need to make sure how much was Corpse Walker day one? I need to make sure I have enough corpses to keep to proc all three. To proc all three offerings. So it's about 19 chaos day one, drop to like 10. So it's doable. And then Corpse Walk drops how many corpses? It doesn't really say. One by one on a time-based interval. So basically every second it spawns one corpse, is my understanding of this. Because this would be cheaper than trying to go hollow effigy. I guess for a clear scenario, is it every second? I guess it's something that's probably worth testing. PoE, corpse, walker, boots. Let's see what shows up. Let me see when it starts moving. I think it's dropping corpses. Brother, where did my quality go? I think it's dropping corpses frequently enough. But I think offerings will only have like 1 or 2 corpses to work with. So I think Corpse Walker. And Leash of Oblation. I think this would be the proper swap. You go this, and suddenly you need triple offering. So this now needs 3 offerings. So Flesh offering, Spirit offering. And realistically, if I'm going just damage, do I really need all 3 offerings? Spirit offering would be a very healthy DPS boost. So let me see, Spirit offering. Yeah, so it's giving about 200k DPS still, which is fine, I guess. But yeah, like at this point, it feels a bit forced. Without Katarina's chess piece, we don't get any bonuses from the offerings. So why are we harping on trying to get offering the effect and all of this? Like, effect is nice to have, period. And it's fine if I just have that, like just have the 1 offering without Leash of Oblation, you know. It doesn't limit youths from one or the other. Cool. I guess here's something else I could in theory do, but the question is, would I want to do it? I could go Katarina's chest and Darkness Enthroned, and I would just be losing 20% offering effects. That's the summary. That's the sum of everything I'd be losing, which is not bad, all things considered. I would still have access to the offerings I want, granted to a lowered capacity, but then I can go darkness enthroned and all the things that come with darkness enthroned. So life, life, flat damage, poison chance, etc. Could do that. That's an option that's available. Which I guess means in the high budgets for this same, let's save this for now, for this offering version, that is likely what I should be doing. I should probably, Nathus, thank you for the follow. How you doing? And welcome. So I could do, honestly, I could drop Leash of Oblation, go Mage Blood, and that solves some of this. I would still have Giga movement speed, like I'd still be zooming. My damage shouldn't fall off for the most part. How do I feel about that though? My damage doesn't go up all that much, and I still honestly prefer the non-offering version if I were to just slap on Mage Blood here. I think this is still the better version. Doing good, watch my videos all the time. Well, thank you, appreciate you. Welcome to the stream. What are you thinking about league starting? Yeah, okay. I don't think I want to force the whole offering gimmick, I guess. I'll try, but at the end of the day, without the chess piece, it just doesn't make sense to go so hard on them, because if we're going poison, then spirit offering is kinda meh. Like, we're not running deadly ailments or anything, so we're not reducing our hit damage, so we actually do still have like decent hit damage, so spirit offering can still help us a tad, but like it's not like unbound ailment does nothing for it, as an example. In the meantime though, let's actually tweak auras, because we haven't messed with auras yet. What auras are mandatory for this version? Early on, Purity of Elements is mandatory for the element immunity. Then that's the only mandatory aura we have. What else are we going to be going for auras? Malevolence, mandatory because we don't have any other offensive auras. No, we still have Zealotry actually. We can run Zealotry. Now we can't. In that case, we go Clarity, because the mana regen is very important to have, seeing as I'm not going for Eldritch Battery. So go Clarity. And maybe Vitality. Like a level 4 Vitality or something. Slap them in the boots. Kind of works. Malevolence isn't doing much heavy lifting, right? It's like 200k DPS. How much damage would Zealotry be? 165. Yeah, Malevolence is better. All right. Next up, curses. We're going to have an Anime Guardian. A very cheap Anime Guardian. So Anime Guardian, he's going to be our source of temp chains. He's going to have meat shield. I should have Minion life. Anime Guardian, Minion life. Do we have anything else that's needed? No. Meat. Helmets, gloves, boots, weapon, chest. It's looking like it's just going to be 2 link, if I'm being honest, and we're going to be relying on Where are you at? This guy to keep him alive. That is likely the situation, honestly. So, anyways, what is the anime guardian going to have? AG. Nearby allies have 50% increased damage. This is from Learcast. Then we have Windscreen. You can apply an additional curse, in which case said curse would be temp chains, because we'd give him an asenat, and that'd be level 1, 0. And then we would have a curse of ours by ourselves, which would then be Despair and Convocation. And this will also go in the glove spots. And then in the straight chest piece slots, because we still have one link that's open, you need 6 sockets, or 6. We don't need 6 link, but you know, we can have Frost Blink in there. We don't have space for shield charge though. That's like the biggest thing here. But 0 budgets. We're just getting a soul rest, Jinx Juju. Everything else is just life and res. Speaking of life and res, if I go Mistress of Sacrifice, this is still a very healthy amount of wait, what am I saying? It's not that healthy. This is because with Mistress of Sacrifice I won't have this. So that is 20-something% movement speed. That's honestly not bad. Well, as attack speed, but I really don't think I need more attack speed than I currently have, so there's also that. But yeah, instead of going for this for the movement speed, I'd rather just go Umbral. I think instead of going this, I should just go Umbral. Umbral army. Bloodline Ascendancy. We have 3 Spectres, so that is 36% increased defense. Then we have 44% increased movement speed. There's nothing for goal, nothing for golems, nothing for none of the minions we have has any benefit to Umbra army. We have no SRS. What was SRS again? It was like, I know there was AD for like zombies or something. SRS was attack and cast speed, so not missing out on anything there. Cool. How much? What's my max hit like if I cap my res? Cap resists its open suffixes. Plus 200% to all resistances. So we're looking at 18, 17, 17, 5. It's not bad. It's not great either. This was the last area we added points to. What if I did this? And the goal was this. That puts me at 5k life. But it also puts me at level 98, which is not the greatest. I need to shed a few points. And this Fizz max hits. Yeah, that's not great either. There is no easy way to get more Fizz maxes except just speccing more into armor. So think determination and whatnot. So that'd be, instead of going these two, I'd have determination, but without clarity, I don't see myself using Cyclone comfortably. Like between Cyclone taking mana and offerings proccing, desecrate, doing all that, I just don't see it without the proper mana region. I think clarity is needed for that. I do think that this mana regen is overkill. I don't think I need all that. But I'm also not really seeing how much mana per second it's costing me anywhere. This is the Cyclone 16.5. The trigger rate is 2.75, so it's 1.38. It triggers more than once a second is what this means, right? Yeah, it triggers 2.75 times a second, but that's split between both of them. So every one, it then triggers each one of these 1.38 times a second. So like every 3 seconds it procs 4 times, which means Flesh Offering, which has a mana cost of, what is the mana cost? It shows this is 22, so it's 30 mana a second, but it doesn't show Flesh Offering. The fuck? Is it because it's an offering? All right, let's just turn off cast while channeling so you can show me my mana cost. Brother, why are you not showing me mana cost? I'm not wearing anything that should be making it free, am I? Does it not cost mana? It doesn't cost mana. Really? Wait, so why does it cost mana when you use it with the wand? Because the wand's modifier should be increased cost, like 150% of its original cost. So why is that the case? Yeah, they have 150% more cost. So if the base cost is 0, it shouldn't cost anything. But I do know for a fact that it costs something, because offerings tend to be the ones that end up taking a decent chunk of mana. So something weird is going on. I don't know what it is, but something. I was planning on starting a DSOA Slayer with it, Love the Wild, Summon the Wolves. Plan on picking up all the Pharaoh nodes and Masterful Form on Slayer. The plan is to just use the minions as boss for me. Hopefully it works well. I plan on picking the Guardian Turtle as my one Spectre, hopefully with gems, Determination Aura, and the +3 random auras, and the aura from the tree doesn't die. DSOA dual strike of ambidexterity, right? Okay, and then you have Love the Wilds being, I'm assuming that's going to be your source of attack speed, right? Something like that. So you don't care about its base damage. Its job is just to give you attack speed. I think I remember the mechanics of that skill properly. Could be wrong. Anyways, let me see. Slayer. Which one is Masterful Form again? Max Endurance Charge is Max Frenzy, so you're going to be stacking Max Frenzy and you'll be getting Endurance Charges. No, I remember Love the Wild. I was more wondering what Masterful Form was. So you'd have minions. Are you going to be going for the Pharaoh? I mean, skipping 2 nodes is a tough ask for any ascendancy, but do you think you need this for the crits, Spectral Tiger, since you're going to be relying on summoning minions on crit anyways? I think this would end up being a steep cost, but if you're curious as to how much crit that gives you, it's 25% increased crit. And I think, I don't know if this will let you have 5 times this. I think it might be the case where you get 125% increased crits by picking that node, as well as 35 increased attack speed. I don't know if that's worth another ascendancy point. Probably isn't. But yeah, I think Guardian Turtle is a very good choice for the auras here, for the one Spectre choice. I will recommend that you give it at least a 3-link. If you can, a 4-link is obviously better, but like at least a 3-link. You probably can't spare ring slots. If you could, then there would have been easy ways to like just use a ring slot to give, like to get Giga, what do you call it? You can use a ring slot to then get what is the name of this thing? It's not Hardbound Loop, it's Hungry Loop. This guy, because then you would even need to give up an actual jewel socket. You just need to give up a ring, and then you can have like Meat Shield, Minion Life, Elemental Army, all within the same gem, and your 4th gem would then be a flex that can maybe like Calling Strike, but you probably have a source of Calling Strike already, but like there's multiple ways you could go about using a Hungry Loop. But I don't think on a charge stacker you want to give up a ring. Your rings are very big for charges. You probably, on a budget, you're probably going for stuff like Precursor Emblems, and I don't think it's worth giving up that for a Hungry Loop. But if you can spare like a 3-link, that would help your Guardian Turtle survivability out tremendously. Meat Shield and Minion Life would be really good for trying to keep it alive. Past that, your auras, if you're running Purity of Elements, that would help it out a ton in place of Elemental Army because it needs res. What else? Any defensive auras you have obviously would help it out, but yeah. And of course it's free determination for you too. Jeez. Oh jeez. But yeah, that is not a bad plan whatsoever. I like it. Where can I take points from to reduce my level? I can take a point from here, reduce my EHP even more, because why not? Also, I'm just now remembering I do not have a defensive here. I don't have steel skin or anything like of the like. Not great. That is not great, actually. I could maybe save a point here if I dropped vitality. I'm down to drop vitality. That saves me a gem spot. Oh, okay, I can't do that. I cannot do that. Duly noted. Can't do that either. I still haven't gotten to the mystery, the bottom of the mystery of why the fuck my flesh offering says it's free. Bone offering has a cost. Flesh offering has a cost. So why on earth does it not show the cost here? I know I have used POBs to figure out the cost of my offering skills in the past. Let's look at 3.26. I feel like it should be here, especially on my high budget rich defilers. I feel like it should be here. Yeah, bone offering here has a mana cost of. Yo, make it make sense. So it does have a mana cost here. So where on there did it go wrong here? I don't think I'm making my offering free. I don't have a unique that's doing that. Well, that's free 5% life regen. I forgot existed. Nice. Yes, I have. Look at that life regen go up. I don't have anything that should be making my offerings free. I think this is going to be a mystery that I'll continue plaguing me because like I can't figure it out. For the life of me, I cannot figure this shit out. It just has no cost. It doesn't even have like a cost that's no, it just says, yeah, I'm free. Deal with it. Do you think this guy is free too? No, you have a cost. How does it work? Why does this have a cost and then the other one doesn't have a cost? What is going on, POB? Tell me. I would like to know. It doesn't make sense. It just does not make sense. It doesn't make sense. Do you have a cost? You do have a cost. So how are you bugging out so much that you don't have a cost? I don't have anything that should be affecting the costs of. Let's do that. Do you have a cost now? You do not. I don't know, man. I don't know. This will remain one of life's great mysteries. I don't know. This reduces its costs, but we are not getting to 100% reduced cost. But even besides the point, the gem itself here does not have a cost, and I can't figure out why. The simple why do you not have a cost? Nothing here should be making it free. Nothing. Is it because of this guy? Nope. Because of this guy? Why does the gem itself not have a cost is my question. Leash of Oblivion is not the problem, because if it was, then that other POB would have no cost. Desecrate doesn't have an issue having a cost. Wait, this says minus 22 life costs or mana costs. 60.67 mana cost per second. So why does it show that here but not anywhere else? Either way, I think that is accurate in the 60 mana cost per second. And then there's 13.75. You know what? Could it be because of could it be because of this? No, it's still just buggy. I don't know, man. It is so fucking weird. That's all I can say. That's genuinely all I can say. Can't figure it out. It says 60 something mana per second. I believe it. That's it. End of story. What am I here to do? I wanted to check the damage of the phantasms, I guess. Triggered summon phantasms with the physical projectiles. We have 351% increased minion damage. I guess that's fine. I feel like it could be more, but I think to get to really high numbers, I'd have to start dealing with timeless jewels. And for the goal of what I want to do here, i.e., how cheap can you get some pretty effective damage, I think I have succeeded. The most expensive thing I have here would be buff passive cluster, and that's like 10 chaos. Hey dude, I was wondering which golem benefits most from the new CDR mastery, and which type of golem, if any, would you recommend playing as your main damage type? I really want to start SSF golem elementalist. I know it will be painful. Which golem would I think would benefit a lot from it? Carrion golem and stone golem should benefit a lot from it. Stone golem especially, because I believe with stone golem I think has a slam that you want it to use, and in the ideal universe it keeps using that slam. Brother, leave me alone. All right. So it has the slam and it has the dash. You want it to use the slam because the slam deals 100% more AD. So it ends up being pretty healthy, a pretty healthy amount of damage, and of course it still has stun chance. So this is nice. And then Carrion Golem has, well, let me just confirm Stone Golem of Hordes actually. Yeah, I think Stone Golem of Hordes does the same thing. Then what about Carrion Golem? Carrion Golem has a cascade attack that is pretty decent as well. Has a 6-second CD, but this is more wave clear than anything. So it's okay. And then it has this consume corpse, which triggers, I think, an empowered cascade or something, which has more AD, but this has a 5-second CD. So I think this does benefit from CD as well. But I think overall Stone Golem would be a better CD recipient. I also believe Stone Golem outperforms Carrion Golem until very high budgets. That being said, if you really want to golem elementalists, SSF golem elementalist. The pure strongest, as you might imagine, honestly would end up being something like lightning golem, because Doriani exists. But I remember someone playing flame golems last league. I remember flame golems being possible. I don't know how efficient they are. I don't know if I would recommend flame golem particularly, but that's an option you have. You don't expect to get Dorianis, then yeah, I think Stone Golem is probably your best bet. Do you know if they clear okay for mapping? On an SSF budget, they are probably, let me see if I can see SSF Stone Golem. Do we have a clear showcase? There. Is this an elementalist? This is not an elementalist. Or it might be an elementalist without dark one. What do you have? What is this guide? Lightning coil. Code iron point. Okay, and it's a guardian. Let's just go ahead and close this. Yeah, I can't. Is there anyone that has stone golems? I don't. Let me remove SSF. Let's remove SSF and we'll check. We'll look for league starts. This is an Uber, so this is, what are you using on this setup? By the build, I assume maybe his PC setup. By the build. Okay. What part of YouTube am I in? Okay, we ignore it. How would I say the Claire is? I would say the Claire will probably look something like zombies. Probably look something like zombies without Dark Monarch. You'd have like how many? What is the base amount of stone golems you'd have on Elementalist? You'd have the 1 base plus 1, 2. Then you'd have 4. I don't know how you'd get your primordial jewels, so that might be the pain for you on SSF. Like that would be something. I would not be looking forward to that grind ball. That's so you're looking at 4-ish golems guaranteed. And then you have your uniques that can give you stuff, so like primordial chain, clay shaper, stuff like that. But oh yeah, from hordes too, so that's 6 total. I forgot about hordes. Yeah, so like you can get to 6. If you then get to end game and you get your Dark Monarch, your Incarnation of Dread, then you can get that to 12, or you can stay and have support minions. But in SSF, you're probably better off with your Dark Monarch. I watched a video last night and I'm keen to farm Katarina for the offering chest and hope to find the belt too. I love the look of that tech with the Katarina Ascendancy. Yeah, that is going to be very, very good amount of like, I can't imagine having that much move speed for it. And for an example, this is what that can look like on a, this uses Cyclone. If not for Cyclone, we'd have 171% increased movement speed on this setup, but Cyclone has a 20% less movement speed modifier, so even then we end up faster than some Mage Blood setups, or we end up around Mage Blood level speed without a Mage Blood, which is very interesting. The only problem with this is, my problem with this offering variant is Defenses are rough because you're only using summoned phantasms, you know. So once you can figure out defenses, you're chilling. But what I ended up doing is I ended up dropping the offering tech, still using the Katarina Ascendancy, but I dropped the offering tech so that I could then pursue more defenses. So now with this version, I have higher max hits across the board, lower block because I don't really have the offerings anymore, but I do have the max hits, so I can't complain. It's give and take. Oh, you want to deal with golems? Oh, if you do it with golems, which means no dark monarch, yeah. If you do it with golems, you're actually chilling. Not so rest. That means you'll be going for 44%. Oh, you want to do the offering tech with golems, so you're going to be trying to get Katarina's items, but you don't need to use like cyclone and everything. You're just going to scale duration so you can have 100% uptime, and you have those buffs, and your golems also have those buffs, right? Something like that. So instead of having to soul rest and all of that, you makes sense. Actually makes sense. And because it's chest piece and belt, you as a golem mancer are not giving up much to support this lifestyle. You also don't need to perma proc anything else. Oh geez. You also do not need to use cyclone, because I'm using cyclone because, well, cyclone summons phantasms. You don't need to do that. You just need to have your golems summon phantasms. Do know that means you cannot use dark monarch, otherwise you can't summon said phantasms. But the flip side is you can have support minions, so your phantasms can be used to keep your golems alive. But other than that, you also have like, you can have support specters, so like carnage shifting, ritual specters if you farm ritual. Those are all options. Then there is, what else? AG layer cast is relatively common. Dime breath is relatively common. Your chest piece, if you can get a doppelganger's guy, is good, but unlikely. But you can, I think doppelgangers might actually be a boss drop, because I don't know if I've actually ever dropped it. Let me confirm this. It does have restrictions. Okay, so it's a Maven drop. That explains. Oh, I have dropped it from Maven. Okay. So you can potentially try to go for this and give your AG this as his chest piece of choice. Asenath is a free drop anywhere, and then Windscream also free drop. Just need to grind a bit. You haven't tried AG or Spectre since the QOL update? Yeah, it's the QOL updates are very good if you do not need to always have them alive. What do I mean by that? If your build doesn't break the moment they die, then those are huge changes. But so if you think of builds like Chains of Command, the moment your AG dies, the build breaks. Those QL changes don't do much for it. But for like a build where those minions support, they would actually be very, very comfortable. What does the chest do? Oh, it's just, you use it because you want your AG to have giga regen when they get hit, so to keep it alive essentially. The specters revive when you port to town. My understanding is they will revive when you go to town, but they will not be alive for that same zone unless you revive them. So if you go to town, they might come, they might revive, but then when you go back into the zone, they will despawn, kind of like the way Anime Guardian works. So you wouldn't actually have them until you go to a fresh zone. So that'll be like when you go to your next map, they will actually revive and they will be there for you to use. Now, we don't know for a fact, but that is what it sounded like, because let's actually pull up the video, because that's actually what they said. Path of Exile, QOL.
Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In 327, the souls of your fallen spectres will now linger with you when they die. And on entering a new area,
this is the part on entering a new area
will automatically resume their normal spectral form. This means you no longer need to resummon a spectre that has died, unless you want it back in the area it died in.
That's unless you want it back in the area it's died in. Hideout is a new area. I mean, hideout is a new area, but the way they code it is, I'll give you the Anime Guardian's current functionality as an example. With the Anime Guardian functionality, you can summon it when you go to your hideout, but the moment you step back into that same map that it died in, it would basically despawn. But if you were to go to a new map, it would be there, ready to go. Now, granted, unlike Anime Guardian, these have orbs, and I don't know if they would just transform back to an orb and whatnot. So when it dies, does its corpse fall on the ground? No, it does not. And with the current desecration functionality, I don't think it's feasible to summon them in that same area. What do I mean? I don't know if you know this, but they made desecrates. The way they made desecrates is while you are in your maps, you are way less likely to find spectral corpses, which are the corpses of like your past summoned specters. So your Wretched Defilers, your Forge Frostbearers, etc. They would have spectral corpses. That is how you're less likely to find them in your maps. But in your hideout, you're guaranteed to only spawn spectral corpses. This was supposed to be a nerf to, I think, Detonate Dead or something. I don't remember what it was supposed to be. But they also made it so DD wouldn't affect it. So like, I don't know why they still went ahead with that, but yeah. Oh no, they made it so DD wouldn't affect it, so then they had to make it so DD actually would have corpses to explode, I guess is what they did. So they made it less likely to get the spectral corpses that they couldn't explode. So yeah, I think the best case scenario for specters would be you can if you have a resummonable specter, you can go to your hideout, resummon them in your hideout even though they are alive, and then they'd be alive when you go back into the map. You'd basically be mimicking the same way you would respond to them dying in the current state of the game, and I think that would work. In which case, it's not really a QL update; it's the exact same gameplay. It's the exact same gameplay requirements. Same thing you would do in the current game, you know. But except this time, if you were to just say fuck that map and you went to the next one, you have your minions again. And of course, this is also not accounting for Affliction Specters, which do not show up in the Desecrates pool. For Affliction Specters specifically, you just have to wait until the next map. So there's that as well. But I think with the QOL change for the Anime Guardian, it is very, very comfortable because now you don't have to worry about not using an AG because until you're sure it can't die, which I think is a huge difference from like last league where it was like you don't touch, or like last two leagues rather, where you don't touch an AG unless you're sure you have everything you can to keep it alive. Now you can kind of test the waters and see how the survivability matches up and all of that. So very, very nice change from the AG QOL. And I think, to be fair, like I said, the Spectre QOL is also big for Affliction Specters because now you should never, in theory, need to rebuy support Specters because you can just wait until your next map. You have to buy a second Guardian Turtle or a second Warlord or a second anything else because they should be there in your next map. That is really nice. But yeah, that is what I'm currently expecting from the gameplay loop with the QOL. Hopefully, I mean, the reason they don't want to, I get the reason why they don't want to make it so town revives them and then going back in your map is fine. And the reason they're doing that, the reason that it occurs to me that they're doing that, which makes sense, is they're doing it to make sure non-minion builds who do not invest in minion stats don't just take affliction specters like plug and play for one gem socket and use that aura, and whenever it dies they just leave their map, come back, and you're fine. Like they want there to be a trade-off for having those specters, and that trade-off should be some investment into their survivability. That is what I think is the reason for the limitations of on the QL resurrection, if you will. And I believe the same reasoning was probably why AG is the way it is. I feel like AG should be able to revive in the same zone, but maybe that's me. Even if they did, it's still an opportunity cost of one portal. I agree, like it's still an opportunity cost, but maybe they feel like one portal is not enough of an entry cost. I don't know. It could also be a limitation of the game engine, but if they can make it so the next map they reviving, I highly doubt it's a limitation. I think they can make it that same zone if they want to. I don't think they're limited because of the fact that the system exists, right? That'd be my guess. I need to shed some points. I really do. Only points I can shed are like DPS points, and I kind of really need them. Iron Golem doesn't give me that much damage. It's a decent amount though. The difference in max hits is not the greatest. Like it's 100 ES and like a few hundred armor. Nothing insane. I guess it probably would matter a bit more when my flasks are up and I have like armor related flasks and whatnot. But having 69% movement speed this early on is not bad. Just by virtue of going Umbral Army, it's not bad. I like it. Increased global defense has been nice. You haven't played a CI minion build before. CI minion builds are very comfortable, but also very expensive in that before you go, the CI swap tends to be very expensive because this is my CI version. The reason it's expensive is, or I guess let's start with why life is cheaper. Life is cheaper because you naturally gain life as you level up. It's a natural byproduct of leveling, and you can get more of it with your gear and on your tree and everything. But the moment you decide to go CI, you're dropping all that levels, all the base life you got from leveling, and you're saying all my HP pool is coming from my gear in terms of like flat raw numbers. So you then really need to have that gear in place to have a healthy hit pool. You're planning on using the increased global defenses. So are you going for, have you thought about what chest piece you're going to run? I mean, you're in SSF, so you're probably not going for a +1 Spectre chest. But you could, I guess, go for like, I mean, but you're probably better off just going for a regular ES shield instead. But you could, in theory, go for a +1 Spectre shield, the unique Katarina shield, for an extra 12% defense. But like, I don't think that's worth it. No, without Dark Monarch, no. So I wouldn't do that. So I would go for four max specters, 5 if you can get the chess piece mod, which is not the easiest thing to get. I'm just wondering if to take Paramount Aegis or the Blessed Rebirths as Katarina Ascendancy. I'll be live until I get offering stuff at least. The Katarina one for offering, it won't give you. So here's the thing. The Katarina offering one is not going to give you it will not give you ES, but what it will give you is if you go CI, then your life regen, let me just confirm this real quick, but I believe when you go CI, sources of percent life regen become percent ES regen. So by the time you go, you cap your block by plugging in your, like this one, I cap my block by just plugging in bone offering. Without bone offering, I have basically no block, right? So the entirety of my block is bone offering. But when you block, bone offering has an extra effect which says your minions regenerate 4% of life when they block. So now with all the effects, scaling and everything, we end up in the situation where when we block as people, we are going to be regenerating 7% of our life a second. And if you're a CI, that becomes 7% of your ES per second. Let me confirm what I'm saying real quick. Don't save. Non-offering is CI. What is an easy source? Turn off Ghost River so we actually have ES regen. Wasn't it Ghost River that turns off? Cannot recharge ES. It does nothing for regen. I guess you have to go Zealot's Oath, eh? Yeah, you have to go. Okay, you have to go Zealot's Oath, but then percent life regen becomes percent ES regen, if I remember correctly. It's something along those lines. Yeah, percent ES regen. So that's what I actually meant. You have to take Zealot's Oath, but the moment you take Zealot's Oath, now when you block, you regenerate a high amount of like ES per second. So in the case of the offering scaling, you're going to be getting like 7% of ES per second on regen, on block rather, which is very, very comfortable. Regenerates 7% of maximum life per second of life per second. Brother, what did I type? Can I type? What is wrong with me today? I guess I'm tired. Oh my god, am I that tired? There, that worked. I can't type right now. Like I'd have been live for almost 6 hours, but Jesus, that was rough. So yeah, that is a very healthy amount of life regen. So you have that. You have the movement speed from your flesh offering. You have, and of course, in everything we're saying, you're just giving your minions jacked, like very juiced stats in the form of like, now they're all getting 300% increase crit chance because you have 300% increased crit chance because Spirit Offering has like 100% increased effects. There is one thing I want you to note about the interaction, and I don't know if I talked about it so in-depthly because the video wasn't necessarily about it, but that was something I wanted to just shed light on. With Queen's Hunger, it specifies that it's only the offerings that you trigger with the chest piece that affect you, and I tested this. So you have to make it so each offering lasts 15 seconds, and the way to do that, or the way I have done it, is I took these duration nodes, I took this wheel, skill effect duration alongside the mastery of more skill effect duration, and then I took the rune grafts with buffs on you expire slower. Everything here makes it so that they now last a total of, I think it's like 16 seconds without eating a corpse. And the reason you don't want to rely on them eating a corpse because you're going for hollow effigy, right? So they need to be able to last 15 seconds without eating a corpse. And then of course, so if there are corpses for them to eat, then they will last way longer. Doesn't matter. But that was how I found to get to 15 seconds anyways. And you cannot run maps that have reduced duration of buffs on you, because that would be a death sentence, quite literally. You enter that map and all of a sudden your offering expires, and so do you. So yeah, that would be a hard brick for that setup. But yeah, that's basically what you would need to get 100% uptime with the chest piece. And you do that, now you have triple offerings, and this is also transferable to non-minion builds that really just want to take advantage of giga juiced offerings. Like it's free. Oh no, the chest does need corpses, but you bypass that with hollow effigy. So you need the anoint. So you're going to need to do some blight farming to get the prismatic oil, but you get this, so you no longer need corpses, and you then scale duration so it lasts long, because Leash of Oblation reduces offering scale duration. Here's an alternative, by the way, in case all you're looking for is like the self buffs on the what you could do in theory is you could just drop Leash of Oblation. Queen's Hunger has a modifier, and I'll pull it up here, but it has a modifier where it allows you to have 2 offerings at the same time. So you lose out on some offering effects, but you can then swap out your belt. But because it's triggering this in order, that just means that you're going to have like you have bone offering, then you have flesh offering, then your bone offering gets overwritten by spirit offering, so now you don't have block. It's less reliable because, like I said, then you drop block for like 5 seconds or until your bone offering triggers again, but now you don't have flesh offering, so you don't have movement speed. Then flesh offering, it's not going to feel nice. You don't want downtime on like your defensive layer like block, so you still want to have Leash of Oblation, but it's important that you know it's an option, I guess. Not one I recommend, but it's an option. Like if you really, like if you were to somehow, like if you were to drop a mage blood as an example, that's a reason why you would want to run that, because even though it's unideal, a mage blood is already shoring up your defenses enough that you hopefully don't die in the 5 seconds you don't have block. All right, I think we're done POBing for now. Like I said, I'm pretty beat. We ended up creating like 3 different POBs for phantasms. I would say my best one is still the non-offering because of how much defensive scaling it actually has compared to the other guy, compared to like this one. and it still has a very healthy amount of movement speed despite being a cyclone build. And I do think having been able to get this on a budget as low as this, like I haven't even put in rings. Rings are not going to be damaged. Belt is not going to be. It's going to be a rare belt, rare rings. It's just going to be live. I guess I should probably just put them right. Let's just do them so we can actually get a realistic. Where's amethyst ring or literally any ring that is not bone? Why do I have to scroll to see these rings though? Anyways, topaz ring it is with life. Let's say T3 life. And then belts. We can go darkness and throne. That's an option. Leather belt for the life. Extra life again. And now we're looking at 6k life. Nice. And this is of course all without flasks and without a defensive, because this build I couldn't fit in a defensive sadly. But I'll say these are very healthy max hits. Now the moment you start going for offerings, I think max hits will drop, but your EHP goes up because your block will cap and you can then save some points there. Would be how that would end up playing out. But anyways, to be fair, it could take a while to get oblation. I think it's a T3. You will drop an oblation. It just might take a bit to get there. And Katarina's drops are way more deterministic, you know. They buffed the chance of you dropping Syndicate Medallion, so just by running Katarina, you're going to see more Katarina tickets so that you can get more of her loot. So then you will likely get the chess piece way before you get Leash of Oblation, unless you get lucky. In which case, your 2 offerings is still very nice to have, because alternatively, you just don't have the chess piece. But I do think with that chess piece, I think with the chess piece, if you're using the 2 offering chess piece, you only need to get your offering duration to 10 seconds because they'll be overwriting each other. So you can get a bit more damage and whatnot from other sources. And then when you get your Leash of Oblation, you then just use gold respec into then what you initially intended. Thanks for all the help. Appreciate it. You are welcome. Glad I could help. And I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Those were all the ideas I got while looking through the ascendancies. So there are probably things I missed in terms of like overall interactions and whatnot. But like those were like the first things I saw. Like when I saw the mechanic, the ascendancy, I'm like, okay, so you can do this, do this, do this. And then I put that all in the lists and I made a video. I didn't make a list. I just winged the video, to be honest, with the things I had planned out before. But anyways, that's it for today. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you guys, and anybody that came and spent time here today. Appreciate y'all. I'll be back tomorrow with more theory crafting. I think before my stream tomorrow, I'm probably going to be working on my Rectifier guide. Then this Summon Phantasm, I think it's at a spot where I might make a guide on it. I'm not 100% sold yet, but I do think from the low budget to the high budget, I do see potential here. So I'll do some more tweaking probably off stream, and I might make a guide on this. Then I'll be updating my Absolution as well. I think that'll be a plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow I want to test Absolution. There's some things I want to test with Dark Monarch's interaction with Val Absolution. And then we're going to be doing a bunch of POBing in that regard, because I've had people asking for an update to like the Absolution guide from Freesha, because now it is kind of possible to have some semblance of like perma uptime on Innocence. It's not perfect, but it's better than what we've had in the past. Anyways. But yeah, that's it for today. Good night.